Now that's magic. Isn't that magic? Wow. That's what you pay for. That's what you arrive for. Oh no! Oh, god damn it. I didn't mean to. Sorry, guys. I started the stream. I forgot to put on any gloves. I forgot to put them on this time. So, okay, whatever. Like fingerprint reveal, fingernail reveal, whatever. You can have that. You've earned it, at least, by coming to building a goddamn radio. Looks beautiful. Thank you, Joshua Drinkwater. That chat message makes me think I don't need to check that I'm live and my mic is working, but you are gonna have me do it anyway. You've earned it, at least, by coming to... Wow. Everything's going right today. Isn't that the true meaning of magic? Is when everything goes right for Chimmaney. I think in when they were burning witches at the stake, I think it's because they were trying to create the circumstances under which at some point in the future things would go right for Chimmaney. That's what they were using their magic for. I've also been trying to figure out what this song is, because I definitely recognize it. Like, da da da. Hold on. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. It's like that. I think it's from a musical, but I don't know what it is. But it's like something, something, something is something, 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 some. It's like that. Stream Chekhov. Thank you for the note. You're welcome. Stream 19. Huge day. And today, as you may have figured out through your own intuition, we are going to be building a goddamn radio. Whoop, I dragged some shiny coins with me. How did those coins get so shiny? You know the answer. We're going to be building a goddamn radio. I am finally, after a long time of trying to, make this happen, I am finally going to be getting in contact with the outside world. I've been trying to contact people outside of this room I've been trapped in for 19 years at this point. I was trapped in the room for longer than that, but I only really thought of trying to contact people 19 years ago. And anyway, we're finally going to do it once I get this tube radio kit built. Like I said a bit of yesterday with if I would love to be immortal because I would just learn all of human knowledge, you know? I think even though I'm not immortal, I'm quite interested in a lot of, for example, clockwork and mechanical stuff is really interesting to me. Radios are interesting to me. This is a tube radio kit, so it uses vacuum tubes, but there's crystal radios, which I think you can just make. I found this while looking for a crystal radio kit to make. But you can make a crystal radio kit with not very much, and it's just, there are radio waves that are just penetrating the whole world, and they go through the air, but you can only pick them up with these tiny little things, and then it can turn into sound. It's wonderful. You know, it doesn't turn into sound, but you know what I mean. It's amazing. It really is. And, you know, clockwork, I think, is really interesting. I like that kind of mechanical stuff that functions as a physical fact, you know? You could argue an electric PC functions as a physical fact. But with something like gears and cogs, you can, see why it functions, you know? For a long time, I thought, mechanical calculators that you, and it can do, multiplication, division, addition, subtraction. They're really expensive, but I would love to get one, and even more than that, I would love to make one, and, design one on my own. And, I feel like that's easier to do now than it has been in the past, because in the past you could, you know, if you designed one, how are you going to get the pieces, right? How are you going to machine the cogs? And then like, oh, I machined the cogs for version 1, but it didn't work, or like, oh, this piece was wrong. It would, but now like I don't have a 3D printer, but in theory, one day I can get a 3D printer and then iterate, like design a mechanical calculator and iterate on the design until it works, because I can just print out these cheap plastic cogs and put it together with that. Um, so that's always, that's I don't know. There's just some information of like I love, and that's why I want to like at some point disassemble a music box and see exactly how it works. And that's why we're building a tube radio kit today, and then it's also so that I can finally get in contact with the outside world. But yeah, so stream 19, where you are here. There's not going to be, after this stream is done, there's not going to be any more this month. And there might not be next month. I got a lot of, I've mentioned before, there's a lot of video projects I'm going to be working on, which I'm quite excited for. But I think we're going to hit our goal, right? Because even if no more videos in the 7th month, no more videos in the 8th month, there's not going to be any in October. But that's still, you know, the 9th, 11th, and 12th to do like 6 streams. That'll be good. And I have a few ideas for what they could be. It could just end up being like a whole bunch of Potionomics in a row, because I've been wanting to play Potionomics. It could end up being more stuff that I have planned, because there's other stuff I have planned. We might end up well over 25, but we also might not. We might like barely scrape it in the end. But the point is, we're on good pace. We're on very good pace. And look at this! Look at this thing! It works. So I think what the problem was, I haven't actually checked the instructions again, but I think this one that was causing problems, we pushed it up to 5, if you remember. We pushed this, the one that's actually a cog, up to the measurement 5 with the measurement pushing tool. And I think we were supposed to push it to like 2 or something, because it was too low. And so I put it higher, and then it properly lines up, and it doesn't cause any problems anymore. Wonderful. And I am using this for a purpose right now. I am enjoying it, and just like enjoying, you know, what we built. But and also like the fact it's like, look, it's like the sun, the earth, and the moon, you know? And I think it's to scale too. It's not. But I'm using this to release some of the magic. This has the potential to go quite wrong, because it's fairly advanced. It should be fine, because I think it's like for ages 14 and up or something, they say. Yeah, well, it says not suitable for under 14. So, which is different from saying 14 and up. That might mean like, hey, it's dangerous if you're under 14, but also if you're 14, you might still struggle with it. But it's built, it's made to be built, right? Like, I didn't buy random pieces of scrap and I'm going to make a radio out of it. This is a kit, but it involves like some things I've not done before. So I want to use this, because this could go all wrong. I want to use this magic and release a little bit more of the magic so that I can look into the future and see if this is a good stream or not. I want a vision of the future from this music box. So allow me to just, here, let's see if we find anything from looking deep into this. Pay attention, because I might miss it. But I'm going to be looking for it as well. I didn't catch anything. Did you guys see anything about the future? I'm not picking anything up. I don't know, I'm not getting a good reading. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think we built it right, so it should, like, its magical properties, it should allow the magical music to escape without letting out all the chaos magic. I don't know, though. I'm not getting a good reading. Just in case, I do have a little tincture of strength potion. I understand this looks like urine. Like, removed from the context of being next to a red vial of cream soda, I understand, okay? But it's passion fruit flavored. So, don't worry. uh, we can up our energy with that later in the stream. Was there anything I wanted to talk about before we just open this up and begin? Because this is going to be quite a task. So obviously building a radio is more in-depth than building this. But the reason I think this might take less time is because I think even though the technology itself is more advanced than the magic, you know, the magic does most of the work here. When you're working with electronics, you gotta, you know, it's more complex on the human side. Here, the magic does most of the work. But also, it's like, it's made... I think each step should be less time-consuming, even if it's more, like, difficult for a caveman to reach this point than this point, you know? Like, time-consuming to invent a radio? Way more time-consuming. Time-consuming to build this kit? Maybe less, but also maybe more. Sorry, let me just see if there's anything else to cover. I have some notes here, but they're pretty sporadic. Okay, I think we're good. Wonderful. Let's begin. I got everything we need. I got these gloves, not wearing them, whatever. You get to see my real hands today. And yeah, oh yeah, I know you like people who like really zoom in on streams to like, oh, check the reflection in the spoon, let's see his face. Yeah, okay, I know what you're gonna do. You're gonna look at my fingerprints so that you can make like rubber gloves that have my fingerprints on them, fake versions. And then you're gonna go commit crimes and leave my fingerprints at a crime scene. Yeah, go ahead, buddy. Drink it in. I got video evidence of, like, my fingerprints were revealed ahead of time. So when the police come knocking, I'm going to have a good alibi of, hey, look, officer, someone could have easily done this. That wasn't me. But sure, if you want my fingerprints, take them. I'm leaving them in one piece. Alright. Headphones off, hat on, hat in frame. Oh, that's the kind of one piece of hat I'd love to see. Let's begin. So this is the box it's going to be built into. I don't think we need this sheet. I'll keep it. You know, I'm not going to crush it up just in case, but I don't think we actually need to look at any of the information on there. And here we begin. It's too bad. Okay, did anyone get a magical reading about the future from this? Because I feel like I tuned it correctly. It was supposed to show me the future so that I could figure out if the stream ends up working out or not. But I feel like I wasn't picking anything up. Maybe I'm just not properly attuned. The One Piece is real? Oh, you want my signature? Fine, you can have it. I left it on one piece of paper. Nice. So we gotta keep this box because I think it's actually gonna end up being built into this box. So you can see like there's gonna be a dial that sticks out of here that we can turn. I think that's where like the speaker will be behind that. And maybe at some point in the future, if, again, I'd love to learn, like, all of human skills, which is not possible in the amount of time a human lives for, but I'd like to get some basic level of understanding in a variety of fields. Maybe in, like, 3 years, I can do a woodworking stream, and we can make like a new case for this radio, so that it's not just this cardboard box. Because it seems like it would be a pretty easy thing to do. You just make a box with a handful of holes in it. So maybe that's something that happens later. We got these instructions. I also have an online PDF. But I think the online PDF is the same as this, it looks like. Maybe. It's hard to turn one page at a time with my ungloved hands. I have the batteries we need as well. Don't worry, I came prepared. But a crystal radio, so that the other one I was talking about, which is like an even more basic one, you know, I think in like World War II they were putting out like, hey, here's how to make a crystal radio, because it was something that people could just kind of make. It doesn't even need electricity. It doesn't need batteries. So this tube radio does, but it's like this crystal radio. I think it just has. I don't know exactly how it works, but I think it just has something that naturally like vibrates or resonates when radio waves hit it. And I think it's like pretty bloody effective. It's, you know, it's not like, it's not weak. It can pick up a signal. All right. Let's see about this. Yeah. Okay, look, so I'm going to try to turn one page. We're on page 3. Because I guess they count the front cover as page 1. Up to 8. They just did to page 8. It's alright. We'll figure out a good way to do it. Let's have a read of this. This nostalgic kit, hold on, there you go. This nostalgic kit builds a shortwave receiver with adjustable feedback. It's inspired by the Audion tube from the early days of radio technology. 80 years ago, it could be found in many living rooms, and it was used by amateur radio enthusiasts in military communications and in marine radio. So I'm definitely going to be able to contact the outside world once this is built. It's about goddamn time. I've been on my own too long. An Audion's a one-stage receiver, which... Yep. The receiver is not the easiest to use, but often reaches the reception performance of modern receivers and can sometimes even exceed them. Yeah, so this is better than the one in your car, I bet. In some ways. People laughing, oh, you're using vacuum tubes in 2025? No one was saying that. I'm just vulnerable today. Sure. This and they say a website's in German, but it can be read in English with auto-translate. Cool. Mounting the controls. Is this instructions yet? Or is this just... No, I think this is instructions. Okay. Let's take a good look. The variable capacitor is used to set the desired reception frequency. And that's the variable capacitor. Let's see if we can find that. Is that... Hold on, I'm going to take off my skin. I know I said I was just, like, you guys were going to get to see my fingerprints today, but I think I am going to have to do a bit of degloving. As in the skin of my hands. Motorcyclists will understand. Car drivers with a bad radio will scroll. There we go. Sorry to, like, show you the raw, red, bloody muscle underneath the skin, but... Okay. So, we're looking for that, which is the variable capacitor. I should probably just take everything out and lay it out, but I want to be careful about it. Okay, is this the variable capacitor? Please don't... Okay, I don't want to be rough with it. I think this is... Yeah, this is it. Look. See? You're actually in shock? Yeah, sorry. I know I have like a lot of white blood cells. So when you peel off my skin, whoa, plastic pop. When you peel off my skin, you mostly see the white blood cells, not the red blood cells. I'm just a very healthy person. Check-in experience. What are you guys? Both 75. All right. Well, last time someone, I think it was Jonathan, got up to 300 by the end of the stream. I do not know how. That's the record to beat. And as long as we get past 75 from one of you, I'll be happy. I'm immune to disease. Yeah, and any kind of like, like the normal flora on your skin that is like it's a kind of like it's useful because and it's why you don't want to use hand sanitizer constantly too much because you'll kill the normal flora that's harmless on your skin, and then it fights off other bacteria because they compete for the same space, and your normal flora that's completely harmless to you is like it wins and it fights them off. For me, sometimes when the normal flora is running a bit low, I just peel off the skin, and then, by the time it's regrown, the viruses and bacteria have learned not to mess with me. Okay, so this variable capacitor is used to set the desired reception frequency. Place the extension axis on the rotary capacitor and screw it tight with the long 2.5 millimeter screw. Okay, so let's go back a page because here it showed a picture of all of the items with their labels. So we are looking for the extension axis and the rotary capacitor. Okay, they're not actually labeled. They're not like numbered in this diagram. It's a little annoying. Okay, rotary capacitor is 4th, so that could be, that could be kind of anything. Oh yeah, and look, printed circuit board is there, and it's 3rd. So the order of these is completely nothing. Rotary capacitor. Well, let's see if we can just look at what we got and figure out what it is. So these are obviously just dials. It's hard to pick some of this stuff out. These are obviously just dials. Yeah, they just screw on. They're not electronic components at all. They look quite high quality though, don't they? They look like they're plastic, but they seem like a solid, they don't seem like they're going to break or snap easily. They seem well designed. Are we building a goddamn radio? We certainly are. Alright, this could be the rotary capacitor. Maybe, hold on, let's just look at the pictures a bit. So what are we trying to do? So we have the variable capacitor. We are going to place the extension axis on the rotary capacitor and screw it tight. Extension axis. Let me just flip a few pages ahead and make sure these are like all steps rather than just like describing the pieces. Like, is this actually the step-by-step right here? It looks like it is. Sleep update, the sleep was not good, woke up 3 total times. Hey, that's one way of looking at it. Another way of looking at it is that you got to sleep at least 2 times, and maybe 3 times. Waking up in the middle of the sleep is obviously not ideal, but at least you were getting sleep, Hope it gets better. And I think it will just over time. I think, it's always difficult at the start. I've dealt with sleep problems before as well. I think it does get easier the more you sleep. Try not to stay up too late, Dio. And make sure, like, if you wake up to an alarm, if you have an alarm set, try to make it like you will get a lot of sleep. You know, don't go to sleep at 2 a.m. with an alarm set for 7 a.m., you know? If you go into sleep really late, make sure you are set up to just wake up naturally rather than wake up to an early noise. Yeah, so we definitely need to figure something out here. It looks like we are screwing something onto this screw joint here. It looks like that's what's happening in these pictures. These instructions are not as, you know, I mean, let's just say I'm missing my bro from the music box instructions, you know? There's the speaker. Let's just get these parts out of the box, and then we can, like, see what we're working with. I don't just want to, like, tip it over. We've got wires. Think it being 36 degrees didn't help with sleeping? Oh yeah, then. You can't even... That's not even your fault, then. That's just, the universe didn't want you to sleep that long that night. But at least you did. At least you got some sleep. But that's what I'm saying, dude. Hot temperatures are way worse than cool temperatures. You feel worse. You can't do as many things. And there's like no real good ways to cool down compared to how many good ways there are to warm up. I'm being very gentle because I know a lot of these have wires and I don't want to bend them. A lot of them we are going to be bending intentionally later, but I don't want to do it now. Anyone in chat know a lot about circuitry? Like, is anyone, if we run into I have no idea what's going on, anyone know what's happening? I'd like to learn a lot. I think in general I'd like to, and you know, this is what I was saying before with like clockwork and stuff. I love knowing how things are made, and more specifically, how things function after they're made. So I'd like to spend the time figuring all that out, but I haven't done it yet. That does not want to move. You hate being hot / you hate being good game. Yeah, I much prefer when the enemy's toxic. By the way, fixing this music box, you know, it was pretty much working at the end of last stream, but there was like little problems. Didn't take long at all. I did it like immediately after the stream ended, and it was maybe like, I don't know, maybe like 5 minutes. It felt like less, but I'll bump the time up and say 5 minutes, just to make sure I'm not lying to you. Well, actually, I guess that maybe I am lying to you, but I'm not lying to you by underselling it, for sure. That much is known. Alright, let's organize this a bit. So, oh, this is probably what's getting on, right? So this would be the extension axis, maybe? It looks like the piece that is put on. It fits, yeah, look. It fits quite nicely, quite snugly. Okay, well now it doesn't, but that's just because I can't see it. Either the camera can see it, or I can't. You forgot to check out the stream? Well, here you go. I'm gonna try again to look into the future with this thing. I'm not getting anything. I can feel the magic being released, but I'm not getting any visions of the future. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to focus on the Earth spinning around, because obviously that's where I am. But I'm not getting any visions of the future right now. Yeah, I'm feeling out of the loop. Something's happening. I can, like, I think you can probably feel the magic coming off of it too. Like, the magic's definitely happening. But, I don't know. I'm not getting that vision of the future I was looking for. Okay, and we are using the 2.5 millimeter screw. So that's probably one of these. They both look about 2.5 millimeters. Yep, I'd say, and they're definitely the same length, so it doesn't matter which. And then, so we put this in here, and then screw it in. I do. Let me get out my tools. This is where I keep my miniature screwdriver, because this looks like it requires a miniature one. Is that the right size? Yep, perfect. Okay. So, place the extension axis. The fact that it says rotary capacitor, look, they were saying earlier, like, hey, go to our website. By the way, our website's in German, but you can use Google Translate to make it in English. So it might just be the fact it says rotary capacitor and variable capacitor. They might just be talking about one thing here. Yeah, look, I figured it out. Look, so it is just putting this on here. We're actually going to be using the long screw on that, and it goes through. Because I was thinking this is not a long enough screw to go through this. So the long screw goes in there, and then the two small screws, 2.5 millimeters, go into these holes. I bet. And the fact it says rotary capacitor instead of variable capacitor, I think that's just a mistake, a translation error. Again, listen, I'm building this specifically so that I can finally communicate with the outside world. It's expected that until this is built, communication's a little bit flawed. We're going to have some translation errors. There's going to be some problems. Hey, look at that. It's a good magnetic screwdriver. It doesn't, like, fail to hold up the weight of a screw. When doing so, use pliers to hold the axle and avoid turning the axis hard to the stop. So I assume it means use pliers to hold this when I'm doing the long one. And later it will be mounted with the two small screws. Okay, so we're not doing this yet. That's how we mount it later. I was thinking, because otherwise, why would they not just have these two screws in to begin with? By the way, this, talking about translation errors, I feel like that's longer than 2.5 millimeters. You know? But that's okay. Alright, so this goes on here. And the screw goes in it. This will work. If I do it correctly, it will, yeah. Okay, put that down. They say hold it with pliers. I'm just gonna, while I'm threading it, because I feel like holding it with pliers, it'll be misplaced. Okay, well that's fine. Look, it's in. Hold on, let me screw this all the way in, and then put it on top. Yeah, look, it pokes out a bit. I'll screw it. I'll unscrew it until it doesn't poke out at all, and then that'll just make it easier. Can you see that? Kind of. Experience check. All three of you 175. Soviet with the number 1 rank. 75 experience, I don't know, is that the best you guys can do right now? Okay, I do have pliers. I feel like that's not necessary, but I guess I'll take his word for it. I think they're just worried about, like, you don't want to snap it by rotating this with the screwdriver as you're putting it in. But, I don't think that's a real concern to be having. Alright, pliers. Never before used. And they maybe not even the best pliers, because look, they're completely flat. Normally they have like a bit of serration grip. That's probably fine. Okay. Pliers. Actually, grabbing it this way would be easier, because then I can go like this. Okay, can I just balance this on top? The screw came out. Oh, I guess there's no threading in this. Is there? Yeah, there might only be threading in the bottom part. Put that on. Hold it in place. Put the screw in. And let's get it screwed in. let's put the screw in. Saved, maybe? No, too late. It was too late. That wasn't saved. Yeah, I feel like the pliers are just making this more difficult. Maybe this radio was made by a plier seller, and they're just trying to get like an extra profit to rack up the numbers. Gloves don't make it easy. I mean, sorry, my white blood cells. It's just like the air is stinging right now in my flesh because, you know. Okay, let me just do it a bit tight. Okay, I think that's good. Use pliers to hold the axle and avoid turning the axis hard to the stop. Yep, cool. And it looks like they want me to lay out, like bend out these out flat to the side. Is it true that in Australia it's cold now? Yes. I mean, right now it happens to be cold. You might also just be asking if the southern hemisphere has its seasons flipped. Yes. So it is cold right now, but also it is winter right now, to answer the question I think you're asking. Northern hemisphere and southern hemisphere, when it's summer in one, it's winter in the other. That's how it works. Yeah, it looks like they want me to bend it out flat, but I might not do that yet, just because that's easy to do when I need to, and I'll wait until I'm using this piece again. Install the speaker by sliding it into the cardboard slot. Okay, that should be easy. Get the box here. The connections should point downwards so that short connections can be made to the circuit board later. Got it. Downwards. So, what is downwards? So I'm just sliding this into here. Is downwards, I guess, cause I'm just thinking because downwards here is here. Like this is downwards when you're looking at the radio, but then when you're looking at this, downwards is the other way. But that's probably what they mean. No, they probably mean this way. Because where's it going to be mounted? They probably mean this way. Because I'm just thinking where the circuit board will go. And And then also look, like, the text is right side up here when you look at it from the curve at the bottom, and then that, you know, so I think that's right. Now we've got a speaker behind here. Australia really is a magical place. Hey, you said it, buddy. It's a strength potion, not Girardi. Wow, it's hard to drink out of this. Because your lips just make like a seal on the... It's a very thin thing to drink from. It's alright, I'm strong as an ox now. And I will not be taking mini crit damage, because I say again, not Girardi. Okay. The volume control with 3 connectors is also the on-off switch. If you turn the shaft fully anti-clockwise, what are you talking about here? Is that this? The volume control with 3 connectors, so that's this one. Is also the on-off switch. If you turn the shaft fully anti-clockwise, the switch opens. Anti-clockwise. It doesn't want to turn. I might need to get like a screwdriver to put in between here and to get some like leverage. Yeah, but I don't want to get like something that will snap. Like, yeah, I'll use this. Oh no, that's... Yeah, I don't think that's gonna be good. I don't want to force it too hard. How much Girardi do I have? None. I flush it. Oh, well, it has turned a little bit. Maybe I'll just use the pliers. Is that moving? Yeah, that's moving. Not supremely, though. Fully anti-clockwise, the switch opens. Insert the volume potentiometer into the left mounting hole. I feel like they made a lot of assumptions when they wrote this thing. Also, I can turn it really easily clockwise. Here, look. So now it's fully turned clockwise. Now I can turn it anti-clockwise. What changes on here? Something's supposed to open? Okay, they might just be dumb. Because it looks like this little hole, see right here? It looks like it's closed right now. And then if I turn it fully clockwise, it opens. And it also started closed and anti-clockwise. But they're telling me to move... So I guess maybe they're thinking from this angle anti-clockwise, but that would be bizarre. How big will the radio be? This box is going to be the radio. So right now the speaker's behind here, the dials, like will be all through here. So it's going to be this big. And it's a tube radio, so it functions off vacuum tubes. Experience check, anyone past 75? No. This might be another cursed stream where everyone's stuck at 75 forever. I don't know what, like, special circumstances we created last stream. Maybe it was the magic that allowed people to actually use the system the way it's probably supposed to function. I mean, it was still weird, but... Okay. So the switch opens, and then insert the volume potentiometer into the left mounting hole. Volume potentiometer? Okay, so that's the vacuum tube, that's the variable capacitor. Let me put the 2 screws with it, because we know that's going to be used to mount it. Probably right there, actually. Yeah, look, you can... I bet this thing and its two screws probably come out here, I would say. And the screws would be on either side, on the outside, and that would be on the inside, and then this sticks out from here, I bet. So, the volume potentiometer into the left mounting hole. A small metal tab on the body of the pot prevents it from being... Pot, maybe short for potentiometer, by the way. Like, oh, we put a bit of slang in our instruction manual. Insert the volume potentiometer into the left mounting hole, and then a metal small tab on the body of the pot for potentiometer. Prevents it from being inserted incorrectly. Okay, that's good to know at least. Fasten it in position with the washer and nut. So there's the washers and the nuts, right there. You think you can get more experience by sending super chats? Well, I have those disabled. But again, last stream someone got up to 300. Jonathan, I think. And other people, like Soviet Girl, you got something above 100. A couple people got, yeah, I don't know. Hearing pot and tension meter makes your Guilty Gear brain go wild. I don't really know much about fighting games. I've never really played them. Okay, so let's try to figure out potentiometer. It's probably not this. This would be a second dial of some kind. What can we eliminate as a potentiometer? So these are the washers and the nuts. It could be one of these. I know it's not any of these. It's not the vacuum tube. It's not that. It's not the wires. It's not this. I don't think it's that. These are like capacitors, right? Again, I don't really know circuitry. I don't really do a lot. I don't really do anything with circuitry, but... And it's getting inserted into the left mounting hole. The left mounting hole. There are a few holes it could be. Because there's 4 small ones on the back of the body, and then there's the ones in these top tabs. You know it's a fighting game, so you're better than half the fans. I wish I was involved enough in the Guilty Gear community to understand. Because what does that mean? If they don't know it, like, do they treat it as like a TV show? Do they like just watch the cutscenes and half the fans don't even play the game and they just watch cutscenes? You rarely ever do circuitry, you mostly do fixing of machinery when it comes to your work? I don't suppose you know what a potentiometer looks like. Okay, well, what could be mounted here? This could maybe be mounted, but it would be rough. This could be mounted a little easier, maybe. And hold on, a small metal tab on the pot prevents it from being inserted incorrectly. So there's a small metal tab on whatever we're looking for. I think it's got to be one of these. One of these 3. Could it be this one? I don't see a small metal tab though. I might just quickly look up volume potentiometer and see if anything comes up like visual that I can see. Volume potentiometer. Oh, it kind of just looks like this. That's not good, because that means it's probably... Wait. Oh! Oh! Okay. This is dumb. Okay, I think it is this. I was going to say that's not good, because, because it must be what it's called when this is attached to something. I think they're just talking about this, and when they say put it in the left mounting hole, they mean this. Uh, in your experience, are you sure this yellow claw is enough? Sometimes having two different... I have a lot of tools here, don't worry. I have this, I have a whole different toolbox up there with much bigger pliers, like screwdrivers of different sizes, but it doesn't look like we're going to need those. Don't worry, I got tools. Okay, so this goes in the left mounting hole, I think. Again, weird way to phrase this, but like I'm doing this so that I can communicate with the outside world. I understand right now we're still Tower of Babel. But like the volume control is also the on-off switch. And we insert... So they call it the volume control, then the volume potentiometer, then the pot. All in the same paragraph. And you just have to figure out that it's all with the same thing. That's actually kind of fun, though. I was kind of hoping that the music box would have some, like, poorly translated instructions, but it was all pictures. It's kind of fun to have to figure it out. So I assume left mounting hole is this one, because obviously if you look at it from the inside, it could be the other one. But they say a metal tab stops it from going in the wrong one. I mean, so I assume they mean that metal tab on the end there. Can you see that? Kind of. It's just like a little sticking out metal tab, right? But this could definitely... it kind of goes... I don't think it can go in either of these because of that. Could it go in this one? Not really. The volume control with 3 connectors is also the on-off switch, so maybe this one is the other one. Wait, look, it's it continues on the next page, I think. Volume control with switch and feedback control, pots, in brackets. Okay, and you want me to mount it with the metal tab going through the hole, but I mean it could go in either one of these holes. Let's see, so if I put this one with the metal tab downwards, I'm not pushing it in all the way yet, then that goes out there, and if I put this one in, yeah, they both go out to the same side, with the prongs that I assume we're going to deal with later. So it's not like one goes down, one goes right, and then, you know, they won't interfere with each other or something. Prevents it from being inserted incorrectly, so I think that just means in terms of rotation, not in terms of which one goes in the left and which one goes in the right. So the hole and the metal tabs prevent it from being rotated incorrectly, but not from, yeah. Okay, so I think, here, look, I think what they're saying here is, this is the volume control with 3 tabs. And then this is the feedback control. So this is the volume control with switch, because it turns it on and off as well. And then this is the feedback control. And the volume control, the volume potentiometer, goes into the left mounting hole. I'm going to assume this is the left one, and that's what they're talking about. Please, God, don't make me incorrect about this. That's in. Hold on, maybe I shouldn't do that yet. Mount the feedback control in the middle position the same way. And I assume this is just middle because this is also here, even though it's, you know, not quite the middle, but I think we're cooking. I think we got it correct. This is kind of like playing a puzzle game on stream right now. We're playing like Grim Fandango. where it has puzzles, but they're also really stupid, and it's like no reasonable human could ever solve the entire game. Okay, cool, we got that. Those are in. And presumably these are going to go on top of them later, which is going to be cool. These are the antenna socket. Oh, wait, and you want me to fasten it in position with the washer and nut. Okay, so... And then we do the same way for the other ones. We do them both. So we'll put the washer on first, of course. You imagine it like Legos, but it's more expensive. Lego's pretty expensive. I mean, I haven't had Lego for a long time, but I remember as a kid, I wanted to get like a Star Wars Republic Cruiser, and I think it was like $250, and I was like, never mind. And I think they've only gone up since then. Like Lego kits in general. Maybe that specific kit's the same price, but... Okay, I might get a... Yeah, actually, I'll just use this rather than a wrench. We don't need to get it crazy tight, but, you know, make sure it's not going anywhere. How is Lego so expensive now? I'm quite glad I never really got into it, because it's definitely fun, and it's definitely, like, an enriching activity. If you're gonna do something, you know, Lego, it makes you think. Even if you are just following the instructions, it's still, like, you know, there are worse things to be doing. But it's... I feel like if I was really, like, a big Lego obsessed into Lego, I feel like it would introduce other problems into my life. Financial included. Okay. So that's all mounted. Antenna sockets and plug. Is that this? Nothing really looks like this piece. This is that, for sure. Oh no, I see. It's So there's 3 of these. Are these identical? They look identical. Yeah, they're identical. Okay. So that's one of them. And then we need... These are not here, to be clear. Also, bad news. When they said left, they were talking about from the inside perspective. It looks like. I mean, that's fine, because we can just undo the thing, but... Yeah. That's inconsistent with when they were talking about clockwise and anti-clockwise, by the way. The reason I mounted it left from here is because... Well, no, actually, I guess it is consistent. It's just consistent with being dumb. That, like, this is anti-clockwise, because from the other perspective it is. And I guess that means we're looking at it from the other perspective. Okay, well, good to know. Let's undo those. Nice. Okay, and let's hope it's not too much of a pain to switch these around. Because obviously we're kind of stretching the cardboard when we push them in. Woo! Caught it with my chest again. So hopefully it's not like, yeah, you stretch the cardboard once and then it's like damaged forever and it will never be a firm grip again. It doesn't feel like that's the case, so we're okay. So just to confirm, yep, the 4 holes in the top left, the text right side up, and the 3 on that side. And the 5 on this side. You see what I mean about I think this will take less time. By the way, my thumbs still hurt from this goddamn magical music box. This, like, magical, mystical, mechanical, mystery music box. The tips of my thumbs, if I push into them, it's still, like, tingly and, like, ow. On both sides, especially the right side, though. You gotta, like, you cannot make magic without, like, a sacrifice. Every wish comes at a cost. Okay, those are in. I just want to make sure they're... Yeah, no, they're firmly in. And I know I just checked, but, you know, why not do it again? Yep, definitely on the right side now. Cool. Why, what happened? Just from all of the pushing of stuff with this. Like, really tight. I don't know if you could tell from the stream, because maybe I wasn't communicating it. I felt like I was being quite loud about it, actually. But, there's a lot of, like, hey, here is a metal rod and a really tight fit plastic circle, and you are going to put the tight fit plastic circle on top of that metal rod and, like, thumb push it in, and you can't push it against the table because the plastic needs to actually go down the metal rod. So you can push it against the table using the tool to get it flush with the rod, but then you need to shift it even more down, so you need to, like, get your thumb on the edge of it and push down that metal rod. There was a hell of a lot of that. With the plastic ones and with the wooden ones. It was a lot of thumb squashing against very small surface areas that are very also, like, physically hard. That's the truth of Disney magic. You don't know how many people suffer. You know what I really like, and there's not enough of them. I wish there were more of them. I really like Disneyland rumors and horror stories that are, like, not true. But the thing is, there's only really, like, a handful of them, and then you've done them all, and you want more, but there's no more. Because there's, like, okay, you know, there's the big one of, like, oh yeah, they cut off Walt Disney's head and froze it in cryostasis to, like, so that they can revive him at some point later in the future, which is obviously not true, and also ridiculous, because it's, like, he wasn't that important, you know? Like, okay, in the year 3000, they're going to revive Walt Disney, and then he's going to be like, oh, I'm alive, now what? Because it's, yeah, sure, he was rich, but, like, what, he's going to pay you? No, people inherit, he's not going to wake up with money. Oh, but he's going to wake up with a bunch of great ideas, is he? He's going to wake up and be like, it's the year 3000, I don't know what's happening. All I knew how to do was, like, make a successful animation company. And I didn't even do the animating. And even if I did, I wouldn't understand, like, modern animation techniques and, like, software. But anyway, like, that's one example, right? And then there's, like, oh, nobody has ever died on Disneyland grounds. And, like, if you die there, they quickly, like, rush you out into the parking lot. And they have a deal with the government so that it's, like, officially you died off Disneyland grounds. And that's, you know, I don't think there's truth to that either. And then there's, like, there's one that's, oh, yeah, there was, like, the first man to get pregnant will, like, inherit Disney World. Like, the first man to be pregnant with a child, you get to own Disney World. Like it's all signed over to you. I have no idea where that came from. These are all real rumors, by the way. They're like I'm not making. If you haven't heard of them, if you look them up, you'll find a bunch of things talking about them. These aren't like obscure. Uh, and then I really like. There's a bunch of really poorly written Disneyland creepypastas about like, oh, the real reason, you know, you don't want to know what they feed the mascots. Those aren't people in mascot costumes. That's the big bad thing. Oh, those underground tunnels that like the staff goes through to like get from places or to take breaks out of the line of sight of visitors. I know what's really happening in those tunnels. They're prison cells with these big monsters behind them. Oh, this specific ride, it was made and like when people, there's like dead people underneath it, and there's haunted animatronics. Uh, and those are fun. But then you run out of them, and I ran out of them like 7 years ago, and I want more. And another example, this is a real one. Apparently there was a big problem of people on one of the Disney rides. I don't know. I've not been, but like I think it's one of the ones where you're on like a roller coaster that goes through a place. People would like scatter the ashes of their dead relatives there. As like, oh, my relative loved Disneyland. I'm gonna go there, and just like throw human remains all over the place. That's a real thing that happened. And then obviously there's not real made up stories about the effects of that, and like, oh, it's haunted now. That's a real thing. Like, there's a lot of. I think what part of what makes it fun is that there is a lot of just like weird, different stuff. It is in many ways like a different world, and there's a lot of weird, different stuff that goes on that can then be used as fuel for crazy made up stories. And it is also just kind of cool to have like, places that are all like about like, oh, smile and cheer and joy, and there's like, oh, but there's a dark and creepy underside to it. Okay, so we got these two things. I don't think we have anything that looks like these four on the bottom, but maybe it's saying it's like you, depending on your kit, it's either you get the top or the bottom. Well, no, insert the 4 connection sockets. I mean, so that's got to be these are the 4 connection sockets, right? But they don't. Is that just like an angle thing? I don't think that's an angle thing. There's just like a spare washer there. The only washers that came are the 2 we used on the dials already. But yeah, look, red and then 3 brown, even though they're black. So I think that like these instructions are probably for like a general kit, and we didn't get like the general kit. We got like some kind of updated version that's still using the old instructions. Oh, and look, it's got these are all inbuilt. I see. So maybe this is like how you assemble it, and then these ones came pre-assembled. Because look, it has like it has the nut. It has the flat thing. It doesn't really have that thing that I can see, but, oh, no. Oh, no, I think, yeah, no, I see, yeah, it does. Yeah. And then that's this, yeah. Because you can see there's a little seam there. Okay. So we insert them at the outer edge. The red earth connection should be mounted. Okay, they just said that sentence like Yoda. The red one should be mounted at the outer edge. Next to it, the 3 brown ones. So do we mount it by taking this nut off and then reattaching it on the outside? Probably. But then do we... Well, no, it looks like that's on the inside, actually. Do we mount it just by pushing these in from this side? Hold on, let me have a look. Well, they don't come up again. Do we see another picture from the inside? Next we go all to the circuit board. We see another picture from the inside. Do we see another picture from the outside? No. Oh, there is a page here. I promise there is. I can tell. There we go. We don't see another picture. What about that sleeve earlier? Nope. Okay, look. So I think we take off... I see what we do. I see what we do. We need to unscrew... That's going to be a bit tricky. This whole, like... I can't tell if it's rotating or if it's just sliding around in my... I think it's just sliding around in my in my gloves. Oh no, this is coming off. Oh right, so we do need to take off... Yeah. We need to take off the bolt so that it can all be separated out. Don't lose it. And then we push this out. And this goes on the outside. And then we reconnect it with the rest in the inside, I believe. And the red one is on the left from the inside perspective. So this goes here, right? Nice. And then next is this. Doesn't seem to matter which direction it's facing. And then this facing downwards, and then the washer, and then the nut. We'll tighten it once all of them are in. Okay. I kind of wish this didn't come fully assembled, because it's going to be a bit of a time-consuming thing, but I guess it's fine, and it maybe saved time on figuring out where all of the disparate pieces would be otherwise. Oh, is the... Sorry, it looks like the washer is actually inside, underneath the one with the metal tab sticking out that we're going to connect to the circuit board. So washer and then this. And then the nut. You know, speaking of like Walt Disney, because you know I don't know, like I'm not a historian on him, but he I know he like had a lot of deals with like American presidents. Like I think he funded the military quite a lot, and the American presidents like liked him. The people who were president at the time liked him. At the times he was alive, I mean. And it's, I mean, you know, I guess there are people in the modern era that have similar roles, but it's interesting to think, like, I don't know, who's a modern day Walt Disney equivalent, if there is one. Like, what company is the equivalent of what Disney was in like the 40s or whatever? And you're gonna go to bed soon, Dio? Make sure to get some good sleep. And if it's too hot, I don't know if you have like an aircon, but you know, don't be afraid to leave it on. Especially if you can like schedule it to turn off at like 3 a.m. or something. But you know, even if you can't, then just leave it on for the night. That's what it's for, you know? If you're not using it when it's boiling, then why do you own it? You hope I don't actually accidentally tune into any secrets on the radio? I might. I mean, who knows? I tried to look into the future. I have no idea. We might not be able to tune into anything. Isn't Nintendo like the Disney of video games? That's a good point. Yeah. But is there... I don't know who the CEO of Nintendo is in Japan. I imagine it's changed hands over time, right? It's probably not the same person it was originally. I know that the American representative changed from like Reggie to someone named Bowser, right? I've not really followed Nintendo particularly closely, so I don't know. Anyway, but I wonder, like, even if it has changed hands, I wonder in like Japan if like the CEO of Nintendo has any like political sway, you know? Like, can the CEO of Nintendo call in a favor? You thought air conditioning was bad for you? No. It just keeps you either warm or cold, depending on what you've set it to. It's not any worse for you than like a fan. You know, there's been quite a few CEOs in Japan. Yeah, I wonder how much political power they have. Like, could Nintendo say to the people in charge of Japan, the Prime Minister of Japan, did I say president earlier? I meant Prime Minister. Japan is a Prime Minister. Yeah, good idea. If they said, hey, listen, this law you're considering changing would like affect Nintendo sales, don't do it. Would the Prime Minister of Japan be like, ah, oh, damn, we can't do it then? Because it would be so weird. I'm just thinking how weird it would be. Oh, wrong side. It would be so weird to like be in that position of the like Nintendo CEO. Like, imagine you're Walt Disney, and I don't know. I would feel like, oh God, I can't. Like, let's say you're friends with the president of the United States, for example, and you're Walt Disney. I'd be like, dude, I need to be so careful when I'm having a conversation around this person because I don't want like my words to overwrite the preferences of the nation, you know? But if I offhandedly mention to like my golfing buddy, oh dude, I goddamn hate this thing that's been happening recently. It's been really annoying me. What if he changes policy over it? What if he causes problems? To like satiate me, and it's like, no dude, that's not what I was asking for. I mean, to be honest, they probably wouldn't be thinking like that. They'd probably be thinking like, how can I use this? It does look like they want me to have already mounted this, by the way, using the screws. So, maybe I do that. And then, the one thing is, so I'm looking at, you know how earlier we were saying it looks like they want me to flatten out these, right? To lay them out horizontal. It looks like they are here, but the thing is only on one side. And the other side, like there's no holes for it to go through. And there's not much space. Is it just... Also, it says later the rotary capacitor will be mounted in the case with 2 small screws. And what they mean is right now, mount the variable capacitor to the case with 2 small screws. Okay, I'm gonna just going off pictures because there's five of the metal things on this side, and there's 4 on this side. Yeah, so this one is 1 2 1, and then this one is 2 1 2. It looks like they have the 2 1 2 there, like sticking in quotes upwards, you know, towards the thing. But is that? And then are the other ones just nothing? I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna risk it. I think that is correct. So I'm just gonna bend these ones up out of the way. Something, I don't know, so I've never been to the Americas, North or South America. I've never been to any of those countries. And I feel like there's a lot of things that if I ever saw in person, I'd be like, I don't know, I'd be like, at least internally, if nothing else, I'd be like, whoa, what the hell? That's like real, you know? Like if I saw Mount Rushmore in person, or if I saw the giant Jesus statue in Rio, or if I saw like the Grand Canyon, or the Statue of Liberty, or any of those, I feel like it would be really weird, because it's like, no, this is stuff from TV. That's not real. And it's one of those things as well, because every now and then I do remember, oh, Mount Rushmore is real, you know? That's not made up. And that is, I think that's one of the most fake things to be real. One of the, like, most fake locations to be real. Because what are you talking about? You carved 4 giant president heads out of stone into the side of a mountain, and like the person who did it didn't even have the right to do it. Like that land was owned by, I think it was owned by the Native Americans actually, but like after, you know, this isn't even to do with the initial taking. It's to, god damn it, this is hard. It's like after, you know, it's in like the modern era, right? I don't know when it was carved, but I think it was like 19. It may have been. It was certainly after World War One, maybe after World War Two. I don't know. But in like the pretty modern era, and you just carved 4 giant heads into the side of a mountain that you like didn't even own. What are you talking about? It's real. It's a real place. And I think about it all the time because every now and then I remember it's real. And something I think about, and I want like thoughts on this. When do you think, if ever, they're going to add a 5th face? Because I think, listen, I think no matter what, okay, yeah, I was thinking it looked a little misaligned, which is weird because that one was lined up correctly. No matter what, whatever president they carve 5th into Mount Rushmore has gotta be, like, out of office by the time they do it, right? Because if someone is president at the same time as their face is carved into Mount Rushmore, it's gonna be, it's just a bad look, right? It's like, oh, okay, we live in like a dictatorship now who's just adding themselves to goddamn, like, national landmarks, you know? It's the same as, like, you can't name a library that got built after the principal of your school while they're still principal. They have to retire first. Yeah, it's just not lining up. And you don't think they will add a 5th face? Well, that's the thing. I think it would be really difficult. But because, like, again, I think because initially I think it was done like without anyone's permission, really. Like, I don't think it was like, oh yeah, we're gonna fund. Also, what would that even look like? Because imagine, I don't know, like if in Australia suddenly they said, hey, we're gonna carve four prime ministers' faces into like Uluru, everyone would be like, no, you're not. You know, that's not gonna happen. Actually, what are you talking about? And like, how do you pick the four? Is it even four? It is four presidents, right? Because it's who's in Mount Rushmore? It's like Thomas Jefferson, Abraham Lincoln, I want to say, Theodore Roosevelt, George Washington. Is that right? Thomas Jefferson might not be correct, but it's definitely George Washington, someone. I think Theodore Roosevelt. I think Abraham Lincoln. I think. But is Thomas? Cause I was just thinking, is Ben Franklin in it? Because I don't think he was ever president. But for some reason, I feel like he might be in Mount Rushmore. Okay, I think we finally secured it. Nope. Yeah, this just does not line up correct. Oh, actually, is it? No, not quite. But like, imagine if they had been asking for permission, and maybe I'm wrong about my history there. Maybe they actually did. But imagine how that conversation would go. Like, hey, petitioning the public, we're gonna put four big president heads into the side of this mountain. Everyone would be like, "What are you talking about?" If that was like a novel idea, right? Because now Mount Rushmore's built and like you whatever, you're used to it, right? But if nothing like that existed and they suggested it, what are you talking about? I think this might not be right, but again, this is something I think about every now and then. So it like I think I looked this up in the past. I think it was initially supposed to include their bodies too, but they like ran out of funding, and so they stopped halfway, and they're like, "Oh, I'll continue this later," and then they didn't. But imagine, I don't know. Again, I don't know the history. Surely, like the American public knew it was happening as it was happening, but it's really funny to imagine if they just actually had no idea, and it was like you walk past or you drive past. It's just what the hell? Why is there a big George Washington? What's going on? Yeah, this just does not line up right. I might need to like make a second hole. Did I catch it with my legs? Yes, I did. Damn it. And here I was batting about how good the magnet in this magnetic screwdriver is, only to be made a fool of. You know, once this radio's built, I'll see if I'll call up America and ask. I'll ask some questions about the Mount Rushmore. I wonder, you know, the Statue of Liberty, it was built in France. Sorry, I know we're just talking about like American landmarks right now. It was built in France and given to the United States as like a gift for independence, right? I wonder what that conversation was like. Of like, hey guys, we're gonna build this giant copper statue and then ship it to the United States, and we're not getting paid for it. Was France just like, yeah, alright, that works? Because again, you're born into a world that has all of these landmarks, and so it's just like, yeah, those landmarks exist. But like, trying to think about the process of Like, people needing to be convinced of, like, yeah, let's do that. That's a good idea. I know the Eiffel Tower was initially, like, everyone hated it. It was like, oh, that's a real ugly eyesore. You've ruined Paris. And then, like, only later on, people decided to start liking it. Not really decided to. And it was probably different people. It was probably the people who hated it died. And the people who grew up with it liked it. But this is pissing me off. You wonder if they built it before they asked them if they wanted it? Exactly! Because I bet they did, Joshua. I bet you're right. I bet it was like, what if America was like, no thanks, actually. We don't have anywhere to put this. Like, we appreciate the thought, but you just gave us a giant copper statue. We don't have a place for this. Where are we supposed to put it? And then they have to, like, take it back to France. And then France is like, well, we don't have a place to put it. Would they have just, like, dumped it in the ocean off the American coast to, like, to make the trip back safer and also save face, you know? Because you don't want to arrive back to France in, like, 1800 and have to report, oh, yeah, look, America said no. And now we're bringing this big statue back to our doorstep. Now it's our problem. You know, you're dumping it in the ocean and saying there was some sort of problem. You're declaring war on America. You're saying, hey, we brought the Statue of Liberty to them as a gift. Oh, did they turn it down? Did they like it? What did they say? Oh, they threw it into the ocean. It was weird, and we're gonna have to go to war with them. I feel like you're not admitting that they turned it down. That's too embarrassing. I wonder if the guy who made the Statue of Liberty, I mean, it was probably a lot of people, but I wonder if the people who made the Statue of Liberty if any of them were involved in the delivery. Can you imagine them, like, showing up on America's doorstep, like, hands behind their back, kind of swaying side to side, like, ooh, I can't wait to see their reaction. I hope they like it. And then America is like, oh yeah, cool, thanks for the statue. Anything more to say? What do you like about it, though? What do you like? You like it? Yeah, we like it. What do you like about it? Can you be specific? Because I was going for a thing with, like, the torch. Oh yeah, no, it's cool. It's cool? Do you have any more, you know? Like, how invested? Did they get to see did they get to receive feedback on their work? Because I would have wanted to. If I built the Statue of Liberty, and it was given away to someone for free, I'd be like, well, they better be thankful. Take me with you. I want to make sure if they're thankful enough. Yeah, this is simply not working. I think I'm just gonna, like, stick. Oh, hold on. Where did that go? It is somewhere right here. It's not far because I saw it land. I found it. Whoops, sorry. Bumped that with my head. I'm gonna stick the screwdriver in here and just, like, widen the holes because these holes are not lining up with what it needs to be. That's not the best way to do it here. I'll use my Citadel clippers. It's gonna make the box a little less pretty, but it'll be hidden by a screw, so it shouldn't matter. And maybe at some point we do woodworking and replace this box with a different one. Right now, I'm just trying to get in contact with the outside world and answer some of my questions about landmarks. I think maybe part of the reason I'm, like, curious about this stuff as well is because Melbourne, where I live, doesn't really have any landmarks, I feel. I mean, it has, like, in the literal sense, landmarks of, like, hey, you can use this to figure out where you are in the city, you know? You can look at it and know where you are. Oh, there's the NGV, I know where I am. There's Flinders Street. But, yeah, that lines up now. Actually, not quite. I might need to widen the other hole too. But there's nothing like... I don't know. Sometimes people ask me like, "Oh, hey, when I come to Melbourne, what should I do? Like, what should I look at?" And there's definitely fun activities to do, but there's not. I don't really feel like there's any touristy places in the city, of like, because oh, you're visiting America, go see the Grand Canyon. You're visiting Paris, go see the Eiffel Tower. You're visiting Rio, go see the Big Jesus. I feel like we don't really have that. It's like, yeah, I mean, you can have a nice day at like the botanical gardens. The NGV's good. We got a lot of good theaters that do like comedy shows and musicals and plays. Melbourne Museum's cool. Science Works is cool. But I don't have like, there's not really like a, oh, you have to see this. What? You went to Melbourne without seeing this? What are you doing? We don't really have that. I feel like most of the cool things to do in Melbourne are like events rather than locations, you know? It's like here's a fun activity rather than here's a crazy building. Or like statue. We have statues, but none of them are crazy. And we have like pretty buildings, but they're just kind of like, yeah, they're like 100 years old and pretty, rather than like they're outlandish and ridiculous, which I feel like a lot of the landmarks are, because it's like, this doesn't exist, nothing like this exists anywhere else. It's just like a weird building. Cool. Okay, once more. And this goes with the 5 pointing up. Hold it in place. Line up the screw holes, and do they line up? This one's a bit tight, so I'll do it first. This is very fiddly with these gloves, because there's a layer of fabric at the very tips of my fingers, which is not like tight to the finger, which is annoying. You went to Melbourne without going to the arcade? That's just good advice. Hey dude, you're coming to Melbourne? Oh, hey Chimmaney, what should I do? I'm coming to Melbourne soon. I'm gonna be doing a tourist activity. What would you recommend? Don't go to the arcade. Do not go to any of the arcades. Actually, you should go to the arcades, but not the gaming arcades. I don't know if this is just an old word that's like outdated or something. I don't know if surely other cities would have this, but we have like they're called arcades, but they're not like it's not a hey we're inside a building and it's a gaming arcade. It's like hey here's like a row of shops in like an ornate old kind of fancy looking building. It's like a predecessor to a shopping center, and there's sometimes some cool stuff in there. God damn it, dude. I remember like because they have like magic shops in them, and I'm not talking like magic trick shops. I'm talking like witchcraft shops. And sometimes I see one and I'm like, dude, it would be so fun to like go in there, you know? I want to go in like a witchcraft shop and I want to know what they sell. That sounds awesome, right? That sounds like a really fun, I'd love that. But I think I wouldn't be welcome. Because you look at some of the websites and it's like, oh, I don't know. I don't think they would appreciate someone coming in who was smiling. You know? You look at the websites and it's like, oh, here's a spell. Is your like ex in a new happy relationship? You can come here to cast a spell on them to like ruin their current relationship sort of thing. And it's like, oh, yeah, I don't think you want someone walking in who's like smiling and enjoying themselves, you know? Like, I wouldn't be going in to make fun of the magic of like, oh, this isn't real, you're all stupid for believing it. I'd be going in being like, no, the fun of it is to act like it's real, you know? The fun is to be like into it and following all the instructions and everything. Uh, but I would be like having a good time rather than miserable, and I think that's maybe not welcome based on looking at some of their websites. But it would definitely be fun. The annoying thing about that is it's not fun. So obviously it's all like all those like oh magic spells, they're all like made up, right? But the annoying thing is it's not fun if you're the one who makes them up. You know? It's only fun if okay, this has got to be lined up now. It definitely like come on. If it's not lined up now, it'll never be lined up. Like it's not fun if I just like write down a bunch of spells and rituals and like steps to complete an incantation because the fun of it is obviously it's not real, but I'm pretending it's real and I'm reading from this like instruction booklet telling me how to do this magical spell or like curse or blessing or whatever. If I make it up, then I can't suspend my disbelief as much. So they really have a monopoly on the market, and they use it to only like trick miserable people into staying miserable. Because also that's I don't know. I think that's also the other thing is I wouldn't want to like fund those activities because it's not healthy, right? It's not healthy to be like, oh, you broke up with someone years ago and they're in a happy relationship now. Spend your money and time trying to wish like ill upon them, you know, trying to make them okay, that's a perfect fit. That's good. We got it now. Trying to make their life worse, you know, because that's not moving on. It's like that person's over there smiling, like going out on adventures with someone, and you're in a dark room being like, I hate this person and I want bad things to happen to them. And that's fine because it doesn't do anything. But I think the big problem with that is when you have a problem, like, you know, feeling bad about an old relationship like that or something, when you have a problem like that and you're doing a solution that doesn't work, even if it's not directly harmful to you, and you could argue that like wallowing in the negative emotions isn't doing harm to you, and I think that would you'd have a good argument. But even if it's not doing harm to you, it is harmful because so long as you're doing a solution that doesn't solve the problem, you're not doing a solution that will solve the problem. So if you spend like 6 months working on that, expecting for it to make you feel better, now you're 6 months deep, not feeling better. You know, because you weren't working on something that would actually fix the problem. It's the same thing with when you see someone who's you know, it's like, oh, I kind of like hate waking up right now, but everything will be fine when I X, you know? All my problems will be solved when I move to this new city, when I get this job, when I get this promotion, when I get this girlfriend or boyfriend or non-binary relationship person. And then, like, they spend all that time thinking, okay, all my problems will be solved when this happens. 10 months later, it happens, and it's like, oh, that didn't actually fix anything. Yeah, it turns out moving to a new city, the novelty wears off in like a week. And then you still have the same problems you used to have. And so that's what the problem with that kind of thing is that when you're working on solutions that don't fix the problems, you're not working on solutions that will. And so that's the harm of it. When you expect something to solve your problems and it won't. Anyway, so that's why I haven't gone into any of those magic shops. But I feel like I'd really enjoy it. I actually like, I don't know. I would love to like give like blessings to people. You know what I mean? I'd love to have like a dark room where I put like photos of my friends, and I have like a pentagram on the floor, and I walk in and light a circle of candles and like chant words to like give them good luck. You know, I would actually legitimately really love that. That would be like really fun for me. But I don't think there's any realistic way to do that. And also, I think it would be hard to explain, you know? If, like, a friend of mine walked into, like, my ritual room with, like, photos of them on the wall, and, like, a line of candles, and it's a dark room with, like, dark shades over the windows. But if it was more accessible to me, if they let people into those magic stores who were smiling, maybe I'd be doing that. And obviously, giving blessings isn't solving any problems either, but it's also like, I'd be doing it as like, this is just for fun, you know? I wouldn't be expecting it to solve any problems. I do also think there's an element of, I think I would be kind of viewed as an intruder, even regardless of the smiles, because I am a man, and, you know, those stores seem, again, from the websites, it seems like they have a very specific target demographic, and I wouldn't want to, like, spoil people's space by being an intruder. And also, I think I probably wouldn't even enjoy being in that space, based on stuff. But it would be really cool if there was a place in Melbourne that, like, sold, like, witchcraft tools, where I would be, like, welcomed, and it was also, like, a healthy environment, because I'd be, like, into that. So I guess the conclusion is actually still don't visit the arcade if you come to Melbourne. Whether the gaming arcade or the arcade of shops with magic stores. Because you might get cursed. Wouldn't it be fun? Okay, but, like, honestly though, tell me you wouldn't want to, like, give your friends blessings. You're lying. You want to give your friends blessings. We all do. I only wish I could. Oh, this is... Okay. 13 wires are needed to assemble the radios. Cut pieces of wire to the following lengths. Okay, so I actually have to manually cut these wires. Let me get a measuring tape. Thanks for the stream in the chat. You got to sleep now, or there's no point going to sleep at all? No problem, Joshua Drinkwater. Have a good night. Wait, experience check. You're on 150. Everyone else is on 75. Let me get my measuring tape. It's in this drawer over here. I might not even need to get up to get it. I don't. I'm good. Though I did knock over the light, but then I fixed it. Here we go. And you would like to give your friends blessings? Exactly, dude. It's too bad that's, like, frowned upon. Because again, if a friend walked into my blessing room with them, like, pictures of them in a circle on the ground, with a bunch of candles in a circle on the ground, and, like, a pentagram on the wall, they'd think I was weird. And they'd be like, dude, I don't want to be, like, friends with you anymore. And it's like, dude, I was just trying to bless you. I was literally blessing you. Hello? I was literally giving you luck? Excuse me? Can I get a thank you? And then they wouldn't say thank you, and I'd have to sail back to France with my blessings, and I'd have to report to, like, the King of France, hey, sorry, they didn't want to take it. Okay, I think I have proper wire cutters, so I don't need to use, like, the Citadel clippers. Would you stop doing that? Yeah, here's wire cutters. Never before seen, never before used. Cool. Okay. I'm gonna go a little over on the wire measurements, I think, rather than going under. So 2 pieces at 4 centimeters. This is going to be finicky. Okay, so 4 centimeters, and I'm going to go just a little bit over. I'll go like 4.5, just to be safe. I'm hoping they gave me extra wire from what I need. I imagine they would have. Second one at 4 centimeters. Can I set this up like... There we go. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just thinking about witchcraft and like blessings. That's another thing, you know, I want to learn clockwork, I want to learn circuitry, and I want to like learn witchcraft. But again, I don't think there's any real like, and again, obviously I know it's not real, you know, that's the fun. But also the fun wouldn't be ha ha ha, this isn't real, you guys are stupid or anything. The fun would be like, yeah, internally I know this isn't real, but the fun is pretending it is, right? And I don't think there's any, like, good places to learn or good, like, teachers for that. But I'd be so into it. I, like, honestly would. Tell me about, like, the curses in Disneyland, you know? Tell me about Walt Disney's cursed head. Tell me about, like, all the French souls that they, like, buried and spread the ashes inside the Statue of Liberty. 3 pieces at 6 centimeters. How much am I going over? Because I don't want to go a crazy amount over, because I feel like they would have left me room to work, but probably not like a huge, huge, huge amount of room to work. So this is supposed to be 6. It's like 6.5, maybe a little more. Because part of the problem is that it's bendy right now, and I can't really effectively straighten it out all the way. And that makes measuring it also kind of imprecise. That's like 6 again. Let me keep these separate too. Wait. 2 at 4. Did I do 3 at 4? No, that's 6. Okay, I guess I just went really over on this one, did I? Oh, that's 8. It's okay, we need pieces at 8. So that's fine. So I have 2 at 4. This is like 7. That's fine, I'll use it for a 6. And then this is 6, right? Yeah, 6. Cool. So one more at 6. Okay, we need 4 at 8, so I only need to cut 3 more at 8. One. 2. That was maybe a bit generous. But I think it should be fine, because I'm looking at these, and I think it should be. Because we have the second roll of tape, of wire, remember. And another one at 8. Okay. Let me just make sure that's measured right. That might be a bit under. I'm gonna leave that there, and I'm gonna do another one because I think we are actually good. Like there's plenty left. We're not gonna be running close because after this 8, we just need 4 9s, and that shouldn't be a problem. Let me keep these well separated though. 2 at 4, 3 at 6, 4 at 8. Those can stay there. And then I need 4 9. And I'll not worry if I go quite a bit over with these. One, 2, and then we're going to have to switch to the second spool. 2. Those 2 are not for anything. 2 9s, 2 to go. Let me move these. I don't want to get these confused. Let me put them. I'll just put them over here. And 2 more 9s. And you know what? If we end up having trouble because like one of these wires is too short for what it is, it's like, oh yeah, technically you could do it with a 4 centimeter one, but me not being an expert, I'd really rather have like a 5.5. We're probably going to have left over to recut. So keep in mind, if some of the lengths are too short and it's giving us trouble, we can probably recut. God, it's so hard to get it straight for the cutting though. Okay, that's alright. Maybe I'll cut the other way this time. No, that's not going to work. Yeah, long side, that side. Okay, that's way too much, but it's kind of like stuck into the wire cutters. Okay, there we go. Okay, that's maybe a little too much as well, but it's fine, whatever. How much is that? Okay, it's not too bad. Where'd I put the other 2 9s? Is that these? I think so. I wish this wasn't so bent. Yeah, it's only a little over 9, so not too wasteful. Maybe a little higher. And we got all that spare. I'll put it over there. And this is at least 9, right? Yes, it's like 10, actually. Cool. Remove 5 millimeters of insulation from each end of the cut wires. It's soft, so it can be pulled off with little force using your fingernails. Yeah, we can just strip it with this. Twist the fine wire strands together with your fingers. I'm going to assume that'll make sense once it's stripped. It's probably just that it's like a bundle of small wires, and we need to do that. Let's see how easy this is to strip. Let me do it on the 4 centimeter one, so that if I accidentally cut it, it's less from our spare stock to replace this wire. Do I have better ones to strip it with? I have like shears, but I don't think that would be good for this. What's this one look like? Oh no, definitely not this. Look at this. What the hell is that? It's like for lighting a fire. Doesn't this just look like flint? Like I squeeze a stick between it and slide it along to get a spark? Uh-oh. Chat disconnected and reconnected. Are we still good? I think we're still good. I think we're still good. Damn, I actually made a change before the stream this time, trying to make it more internet stable. Sorry, I'm just looking over. This actually might be better. Because these pliers, obviously it's for more thick, heavy-duty cables, but they do actually have like inbuilt wire strippers in them. I might give those a go. So 5mm, I'm obviously just going to estimate it. I'm not going to, there's no real good way to measure that. I think that's about right. But then how do I... Maybe just because I need to have a grip on the wire in order to, while only gently squeezing with the trimmers, pull off the... Yeah, that's not going to be very easy. Okay, there we go. That's stripped. Look at that. So I guess I'll just do it that way. And that is, I just want to confirm, because I mean, that looks more like 1 centimeter, but yeah, that's like 1 centimeter. So I only want to be doing about half of that. Please. Yeah. This is going to be a painful section of the stream, because this is a lot of wires to do it to. How many is it? It's 5... Oh, sorry. It's 5 plus 8, so it's 13. And it's quite fiddly work, especially to not accidentally break the wires. That worked. It did strip, but I think I need to do a bit more. Okay, and you can see the fine wires, and so I'm just supposed to twist those together with my fingers. And that works perfectly fine with the gloves, which is good. All twisted. Oh no, I feel like I should strip off more. Is that... They definitely say 5mm. Yes. And that's what it is. So I'm gonna assume they know what they're talking about. When it comes to like a measurement, you know, the wording can't be trusted maybe of the translation, but surely the measurements can be. Okay. Second 4 centimeter gonna be stripped. I need to squeeze harder than that. I'm trying to be very gentle with the squeezing on the wire strippers because I don't want to cut, and they're definitely capable of cutting the wire if I go too hard. Nice. Hey, what if we... Hold on. I'll finish this one and then I'll do that. What if we... Whoa, what's he gonna say? What's he gonna say? You have to predict it in your head. You have to figure it out in your head right now. You have to guess what I'm gonna say. What's he gonna say, right? It starts with what if we, and it's obviously some sort of suggestion about like a thing to do while we're doing all of this wire stripping and wire twisting. What could it be? You need to have your guess locked in because I'm about to say it for real. So you have like 10 seconds to figure out your actual guess. And I'm not joking. This isn't like a oh hey, you know, say hello to me sort of thing, or like Dora the Explorer where you can get away with not doing it. You actually do need to make a prediction for real in your head, at least. Live viewers and VOD watchers alike. You ready? Is it locked in? What if we have some music going while we do this? What do you think? Let's go! Did you get it? I bet you didn't. I bet you didn't. You're not capable. That's beyond you. Yeah, that's too much. Too much for someone like you. The wire will be out of frame for a little bit, but at least you'll get to see some of the rotation. We have some music going? We sure do, Jonathan. Whoa. Okay, the wires are going to stay out of frame. Trying to move them into frame just makes it fall. I swear it was the stream delay. I'm not buying it, buddy. You know what? You're not getting one of my blessings. Sorry. Liars don't get blessed by Chimmaney. I'll move the camera back in a second. Successfully stripped. This isn't actually taking that long. I mean, when we're done with this, it's going to be 3 out of... Oh no, never mind. It's not 3 out of 8. It's 3 out of 13? Yeah, 3 out of 13. So it'll take a little bit. But I'll probably get faster at it after I've done like 5 or 6. The good news is my thumbs twisting these isn't sore, so my thumbs may be a bit repaired. Hat reveal. For the first time ever. If every time you get sad, a puppy suffers somewhere in the world... George, I think the if was accidental there. Every time you get sad, a puppy suffers somewhere in the world. Why? Do you like kick puppies to cheer yourself up? That's on you. I'm not taking responsibility for that. Oh yeah, dude, be careful. If you make me sad, I'm gonna go like kick a puppy, and then I'll be happy again. Okay, is that what you do, Jonathan? Is that what you're into? Did you guys also... This is maybe a niche anecdote. That, like, the story of, like, oh, every time you say you don't believe in fairies, a fairy dies. Right? Did you, first of all, hear that as a child? And second of all, have a friend who then like responded to that by going, I don't believe in fairies, I don't believe in fairies, I don't believe in fairies, I don't believe in fairies. Because I didn't believe in fairies, but at the same time, I wasn't going to risk that. Just going on like a 10 kill streak for no reason. Like, I don't think they're real, but if like, I don't gain anything from saying it out loud. And if they are real, then I've just killed a bunch of them. Why would I do that? It actually like bothered me that like if someone would do that and I'd like give them the stink eye from the side and just like, that was weird, dude. Why'd you do that? And they'd always look so pleased with themselves, you know, they'd have like a big grin and like look around the group and like, oh yeah. Did I get a reaction? They got one from me. Who the hell is Jack Frost? Well, we're talking about like old things. Because Jack Frost, I feel like he was a really popular character in like fairy tale myth growing up, but I don't know any stories about him and I don't know what he is. But it was like, oh yeah, you know, Jack Frost, Jack Frost. Like people would mention Jack Frost. And then they made like an animated movie about him like years later. But at that point, I knew who Jack Frost was before like Pixar got their hands on him. But I didn't know who he was. Who is he? What does he do? I know what Father Christmas does. I know what like Krampus does. Have I talked about this on stream before? Like how much I love how like ramshackle and like community made Christmas mythology is. Like some guy wrote a poem one time of like, oh, not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. On Donna, on Dasher, on Vixen, on Rixen. And then like everyone was just like, oh yeah, Father Christmas has 12 reindeer and these are their names. Like it was so unofficial. It was just a guy wrote a poem and it was like, okay. And then Coca-Cola makes an advertisement where Father Christmas wears their colors. And it's just like, oh yeah, that's what Father Christmas looks like. He wears Coca-Cola. He wears white and red now. And then someone made a song about like Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. And now there's a 13th reindeer who has a glowing red nose. Because someone wrote a song about it and got popular. Like it's so community run of just like people just accepting changes to the mythology. It's like Father Christmas versions of Christmas mythology. So I'm being clear when I say Christmas mythology, I don't mean like the crucifixion of Christ. I mean like Father Christmas, Santa Claus, Christmas mythology is probably the most active and maybe the only active modern mythology today that is like unchanging. Because you know, people aren't making like people who you know follow certain religions. They're not changing, right? Like they changed a bunch in history, but they've been as they are now for at least a couple hundred years. Like even the youngest of them. Whereas Father Christmas and the reindeer, someone just writes a poem and then it's taken as fact. Like is that how ancient Greek myths were? Like Homer would write a story where something happened with he made up a hero and he made up a story where they interact with a specific god, and then everyone's just like, yeah, that's what happened. Now, and like that's we accept that as part of the story and part of the mythos, and then someone else is like, oh, and actually, Odysseus is Hermes' like great grandson, and it's someone said that they're not the person who wrote Odysseus, it's fan fiction, but everyone's just like, yeah, okay, that works, yeah, we believe you. Someone just writes about like bloody Orpheus going for Eurydice, and it's just like, yeah, that's part of like Hades' mythology now, is that happened. that whole deal with Orpheus and Eurydice, where it's like, oh yeah, you can have your wife back if you can leave hell without looking back. Anyway, it's the same thing with Christmas. You can just write a poem saying Father Christmas flies in a sleigh with 12 flying reindeer, and people are like, yeah, that happens. Oh, and actually there's a 13th one with a shining red nose, which is not a concept that's ever been explored in any other story or real-life animal biology up until then, right? Where the hell did you get the idea of a red shining nose from? Oh yeah, that's right. Coca-Cola says, hey, this is what we think Father Christmas would look like. Please be kind in the comments, with like a picture of their fan art. And everyone's just like, yeah, that's right. That's what it is. I think I'm cutting off a full centimeter rather than 5 millimeters, but it's hard to do 5 millimeters because I can't actually really see very well where I'm cutting. Hopefully doing a bit more is fine. Maybe I should start really, really trying to do less though, because I can always cut off more if it's a problem later. That's weird. One of these wires is longer than the others. It must have been when I was cutting it. It got weird. Hopefully twisting that will make it join the rest if I kind of bend it down into the others as it twists. Yeah, that's good. Christmas is, in many ways, just really funny to me. Like, really interesting and also just, like, strange. Because I think it's fair to say that Christmas nowadays is a secular holiday, right? Like, if you're quite deeply Christian, you can still have a religious celebration of Christmas, but also, like, having a Christmas tree with a star on top of it and baubles on it, and you give people presents, and Father Christmas is involved and he flies around with reindeer. You know, it's very secular. People of all religions and people of no religions celebrate it. You know, it shares a name and a date with the non-secular Christian religion holiday of Christmas, but like modern Christmas that most people celebrate is quite a secular holiday, you know? And it's kind of weird and funny of like how that can just happen. And it still has the name, it still has the same date. Because holidays don't really get made anymore, right? They're all, you know, holy days, right? They're all from, primarily, they're all from like religions having a specific event. And one of them turning secular, like you could argue Easter, but I think Easter is still pretty connected to the Christian faith, even though the events of like the Easter Bunny and chocolate aren't really. But like the day of Easter, like, you know, you can imagine someone who's not Christian not celebrating Easter very easily. And you can imagine someone who's not Christian not celebrating Christmas, but you can also just as easily imagine them celebrating Christmas. Even if they are religious in a different direction rather than just not religious at all. And there's not really any other example of something like Christmas happening where a holiday just becomes kind of for everyone and it's completely separated from a specific religious faith. And again, yeah, when I say completely separated, I mean like it doesn't necessarily need to be connected. Obviously, you can still like go to a Christmas service on Christmas Day and it can be a religious thing. But like you can have a celebration named Christmas on the same date as Christmas without religion being involved at all, and instead it's about like a tree with a star on it, and you give presents to people. and it was delivered by a man in Coca-Cola clothing with flying reindeers. You declare Wonkle Day starting today, where everyone gives you $10,000. I think you're gonna have to come up with a better name, and then you might be able to get people on board. Wonkle is an interesting word, but I would not want to like take work off. Well, I would want to take work off to be like, hey guys, sorry, it's Wonkle today, can't show up. But I'd feel embarrassed about it. I'd be like, hey, I'm taking work off today. Oh, why are you taking work off today, Chimmaney? Oh, it's a holiday. Really? What holiday? It's you know, it's Wonkle Day. And like, ooh, I'd get, they wouldn't fire me on the spot because then I'd have a case against them. But there would be like, okay, now we're starting the process of like phasing him out of the company. Like he's not getting any promotions. We're just kind of gonna slowly make life worse for him until he quits, and that way he can't like sue us for wrongful termination. Okay, that's interesting. So you know what just happened? While stripping the wire, I guess we got a good grip on one of them and pulled it quite far out. Is that a problem? Can I just cut it off? It's probably a problem. I might just need to cut a new piece from the spare pieces. So this is from the 8cm pile, I think. We're pretty close to done now, because it's this last 8cm one and then the 4 9cm ones. Also, no one gets the day off Wonkle Day. No one's going to give you the 10k, buddy. It's not going to happen. People are going to, like, they would consider it if you gave them the day off. Okay, so this is like 9cm, which probably means it was supposed to be 8. Right? Are these ones like 10? Yeah. Okay, so cut off another 9cm to put in the 8cm pile. Let me measure it this way, so stick there. Cut. Check. Yep, it's like 9, so we're good. Listen, you had me when it was give you $10,000 because I'd be curious what you'd want to do with it. But when no one gets the day off, you lost me. That's where you lost me. Fine, but it costs an extra 10k to get the day off. Now we're talking. Now we're getting somewhere. What would you do with the money? So you get $10,000 from... I assume this is a secular holiday, so every single person on Earth. So 8 billion. And then they each give you $10,000, and some of them give you $20,000 to get the day off. What are you doing there with that money? What are you spending it on? And be aware, if you are not like pure of heart in your answer, I do have the websites of various witchcraft stores that can like, I can call in a favor probably. I can like hire a hit on you with curses. Though it might not work, because I think those curses might only work when the person who casts them on you has like a personal vendetta against you for the fact that you broke up with them. And are like living a happy life on your own now. It's the sense I got from the websites anyway. You didn't think it through? It's alright, you can just save the money. Four more to go. Vacuum tubes are quite cool. That's another technology. I want to know how vacuum tubes work, because I know that they were used in a lot of early-ish devices. You know, I mean, like I think in like the 70s they was maybe still being used. Uh, but I don't fully understand what actually goes on inside them, and I would like to. Yeah, you can save the money, but then like the thing is, if you haven't spent it by the end of the calendar year and it's next Wonkle Day, you don't get the new payment. So you get $10,000 from everyone on Wonkle Day, but then you don't, like, you have to spend it in order to get your next payment next year, or it's free for everyone. The only logical conclusion is Winkle Day, where you give everyone back $8,000 or $16,000 if they're real nice. See, I agree. I accept handshake on it. That exists now. You're a fool, Jonathan. Because now on Wonkle Day, I can give you 10K, go to work, and then on Winkle Day, I can be real nice, and then you have to give me 16K, and I just made 6K. All for being nice, and like going to work on one extra day. You're gonna get bankrupted, buddy. Either that, or people are just gonna do a bunch of money laundering off of that and like claim it as like expenses. Oh, hey, can you explain like what's going on with your bank account here? Oh, it was Wonkle Day. And as someone with experience in, okay, I can't pick these up. As someone with experience in money laundering, I know what I'm talking about. Might lower this a bit. It's getting quite bright. It's getting to the hours where the sun is like right there. 2.5 hours. That went bloody quick. Gotta say, at least from my end, it was not going quick yesterday. Actually, no, because was it like 5 hours yesterday? I guess it did kind of go quick. It felt like it was going long, but then it didn't feel like it was going 5 hours long. It felt like it was going less than that long. It felt like it was going like 3.5 hours long, you know? That is sort of a problem I run into with this stuff, though. Just to go back to, like, I want to know how vacuum tubes work. I want to know how things are made, and I want to know how things work, as I've said at the start of the stream. But the thing is, even in a lot of these cases where you are putting things together, I don't necessarily know how they work. Because, like, we're going to be connecting all of these things to the circuit board, right? Which is just, like, to hold things in place. But, like, what's going on inside this? You know? We're going to be putting electricity into it, and I know what, like, the output will be, where it's, like, powering the radio and stuff. But what's actually happening in there to make that happen? So even working with circuitry is kind of not necessarily small scale enough. Maybe that's part of why I'm so drawn to like mechanical stuff and clockwork, is because you get to see exactly what's happening. Like you fully understand it, right? Whereas like building a PC, all you really understand is the points of connection. You know, I don't know what's happening inside my RAM. I don't know what's happening inside my GPU or my CPU. Whereas like a mechanical calculator, you actually know exactly what's going on the whole time because that's how it works. Is that it's just like physical interactions of this thing shifts this thing, which you could argue is also the case for a computer. By the way, potential, I didn't mention this last stream because I felt like I was going on the immortality thing for a bit long, but I just, predicting, like, maybe someone watches the VOD one day and, like, leaves a comment of, like, oh, he hasn't considered this. He doesn't understand how long eternity is. Like, oh, eventually, every single possible state of matter across the entire universe will be achieved, right? Like from like freeze frame the galaxy right now, freeze frame the whole universe right now, and then freeze frame it like now, and freeze frame it now. Like every single placement of every single atom will have been accomplished, and then you will be repeating, right? Because like, okay, sure, you can write a lot of computer programs, but eventually you will literally write every single possible combination of programming into, you know, what's going on. And like, eventually, with eternity to guide you, you will experience everything. And then you'll wish you could die and weren't immortal. Immortality? To me, that doesn't sound like a blessing. It sounds more like a curse. Counterpoint to that, if I watched a movie like 11 years ago, I will have fun rewatching it. Trust me, if I like programmed a video game 10 billion years ago, I'll have fun programming it again. Sometimes I watch like a really high quality YouTube video that's like 40 minutes long or something, and like 2 days later I watch it again, and I remember everything that happened. Some videos that I watched as a kid growing up, I have memorized, and I could watch right now and have fun with. So, sure, in theory, I couldn't actually do that forever, right? I'm sure if I watched those videos 10,000 times in a row back to back right now, I would get bored of them very quickly. But when we're talking about the scale of eternity and, oh, it's so long, it's so big, yeah, sure, eventually every single, like, atom in the universe will have been in every single possible configuration. Do you know how long that'll take? By the time it starts to repeat, I'm not going to be bored of the repetition. I'm going to be, like, sick. Even with my infinite memory that we say I have when I'm immortal. You know? I enjoy doing things again, and especially when there's that many things to do. Plus, it means I get to witness things, because, like, maybe I wasn't in the same place. Like, okay, every possible configuration across the whole universe has happened, but I wasn't there for the moment when that star activated, right? Oh, but no, by the time you've been there 10, 100,000 times and seen that star and seen everything, 1 second of eternity will have passed. Sure, but, like, I won't be bored by the time it's repeating. You know, you're imagining it as if it's watching episode 1 of Seinfeld 100 times in a row. That's not what it is. It's you watch episode 1 of Seinfeld and you're 16, and then you watch it again when you're 90. And that's not even close to the actual scale of it. Alright, let's gather these up and tip them into a bin. I'll just drag them off the table and into my hand first. That wasn't as bad as I was thinking. When I saw how many times we were going to have to do that, I was kind of like dreading, uh-oh. But it went pretty quick. At least for me. Okay, I'm going to tip these into the bin real quick. Now, the next step is we need to tin the stripped cable ends. So we need to solder them, basically, and completely encase the end of the wire. If you don't have a lot of experience soldering, tinning the cable ends is a good exercise where not much can go wrong. And then that's it. Okay, so I don't have a lot of experience soldering. It's not something I've never done before, but it's something I did like once quite a long time ago. Where is my... oh, it's over here. So we are going to be slow and careful with the soldering. And this is apparently a good exercise where not much can go wrong and we can get used to it. We're going to take our time with this. Soldering iron. If I plug it in, will it instantly start going? Or do I need to... because I kind of don't want that, you know? I don't want to have to turn it off at the wall every time I need to turn it off. Sorry, I'm just untwisting thing to get it out. Hello? Alright, this is just weird. Okay, got it. And I have the manual here. We're going to go through the soldering iron manual, because this is important to not make mistakes with. Let me clean this space up a little bit to make room for all of this. And now that I don't need to worry about getting too strong and stripping and cutting the wires while I'm stripping them, I can finish off the last of this strength potion. Perfect. Oh no, I'm taking mini crit damage. Now the soldering iron, if I burn myself, it's going to be 35% more effective. I'm only kidding, guys. It's not Girardi. Close this up. In general, just leave all the tools, shift them out of the way. Shift the main radio body. Okay. And put all the wires separate. But like together. True. Also, hang on a sec, sorry. That earlier step, when we were still doing stuff with the radio body, well, who knows, I'm never going to see it again. Because I was just thinking, we didn't, antenna sockets and plug, we didn't put these plugs into it after we put it in. Were we supposed to and they didn't tell us, or is that only for later, or...? I don't see it happening. So these probably go on the outside, I imagine, and it's like, do they just plug in? No? I don't know. Hopefully they'll be brought up again later. And it's not something I'm already supposed to have done something with, but if it is, it's probably not the biggest deal. So, we need to wet this sponge This is for cleaning off the end of the soldering iron. There we go. Oops. Now, I don't want to plug this in if it's going to instantly start getting hot. I had a little skim of the soldering iron manual before, but let me have a proper read now. It's not that long. I know it looks long, but that's because it's a bunch of translations. It's only really these 2 pages for English. And really it's only this one. So, don't bang it against things. Don't bang it against things. Yep. Clean and tin the tip regularly so that it's just when you're done, clean it off with the sponge and then put a bit of solder on it to like cover it in tin, and that just makes it not oxidize as quick. When soldering is done, unplug the tool. Allow the tool to cool down slowly and naturally. Do not immerse the tool in water. Please be aware of the following information if you're going to use flux, not included. So it's not included, we don't have it. I only have what's included in the soldering kit. But there was something I saw. Hold on, I might have seen this online, because I did also look up soldering safety guide. And let me just have a good read of this. Here, I'll bring it up on stream. So be aware when we when we switch back, there will be a jump scare because this scene doesn't have it. Let's just have a look through this. So hold the wires with tweezers or clamps. I have tweezers. Let me grab them, get them out. Actually, are there any in the soldering kit? Yes, there are, so I'll use those ones. Keep the cleaning sponge wet. Yep. And this is something I was thinking about. So always return the soldering iron to its stand when not in use. Never put it down on the workbench. And then turn it off and unplug. So, get ready for jump scare. I'm sorry. Are you ready? Be ready. Here it is. Okay, sorry about that. So return it to its stand. That can't possibly mean like in there, right? To like, is there a stand in here? That's like, so these are the tweezers I was looking at. Oh, and look, it came with wire. So if we need more, we can actually just use that. If it turns out I did make some kind of mistake, that's cool. These are the tweezers. These are, I think, maybe just different heads for the soldering iron. We'll use the default for now, but it looks like if I wanted to put it in different ways, I could. I'll put that back in here for now, though. There's this tool, which I think is just for stripping wires as well. Where it's like you would put the wires in there and squeeze this down and pull along, maybe? Or in that top part. This, I do not know what this is. Could this be... So it's some kind of pump. Interesting. So look, it's what's that for? I can open it. Okay. Interesting. And then this, I assume... Well, that's actually just another spring. This comes with solder, right? Because I don't have solder, so if it doesn't come with solder, we're in a bit of trouble. What is this? Yeah, okay, good. Solder wire in here. I thought, because I did, like, check. I feel like it was a while ago, but I feel like I did check that it had solder. There we go. Although it looks like a spring too, so maybe, oh, do you think, hold on. Do you think this is solder? Because it's like kind of a similar container and they both look like springs. Do you think this is to like decompress the spring of solder somehow? Like if I... no, that doesn't really make sense. 1 millimeter by 10 grams of solder wire. Because when I did do that little bit of solder quite a long time ago, it was just like a straight, it was like a straight piece of solder wire that you hold. And so it was like you'd come in with the soldering iron and then like a straight piece of wire that you're touching to it, you know? I might just need to look up a little tutorial. I want to be safe about this, so I don't want to like just wing it. This is one of those steps where you can't really just wing it. Okay, let me again shift some stuff just to make room for what we need. Put this back on. Okay, and we got the wires there. Let me move that. Okay, I might just put my headphones on quickly and let's watch like a soldering tutorial. What do you say? Make sure we get it right. Let me just also look at this rest of the soldering safety. Yep. Sorry, I'm just reading this in my head quick. Okay. Seems good. Let's see if I can find a good solder tutorial. See what comes up. For like the spring solder, which is different from soldering tutorial. Soldering tutorial for beginners. 5 easy steps. Or how to solder beginner's guide. But it looks like that. The only thing I'm wondering is how to like soldering tutorial spring. I'll search. Because that's my only real question is when it's a oh, wrong window. When it's bloody there we go. Is that good? Yeah, cool. When it's like in a spring, how am I supposed to get it into a God damn it, what's the button? There we go. How do I get it into a straight line I can use? Because all of these, from just the thumbnails, it looks like they... Well, let's check this out. From 1 Tesla.
A soldering iron, something with which to clean your tip like a wet sponge or a brass sponge. Some solder. If you're a beginner, you're soldering larger connections with more...
Yep. We can check out a proper full tutorial later for safety reasons, but first I just want to see if they are using...
In fact, the
yeah, see, that's what I mean.
is a flux burning away.
It's just like a straight wire. So am I supposed to, like, stretch it out and, like, remove it from being... unspring it, you know? Maybe. I guess so, yeah. Okay, I just tried pulling it, and it was actually really easy to get it out, stretch it out. So I guess it's just stored as a spring for, like, storage reasons to make it more compact. Like, it's not an actual spring. You can tell by how, like, soft and easy this metal is to bend. It's not an actual spring. It's just, like, compact storage. Okay, that's fine. We'll have that. Okay, well let's watch this tutorial quickly anyway. And then I think I know what I'm doing after that, but let's just make sure, because you know, why take the risk, right? How good can you see this? Not that good. Can't stop thinking about the popping a chalky milk video. I'm being honest, Jonathan. Don't know what that is. Yeah, that's not one of my videos, I'm pretty sure. But I can't think of whose video it may be. Alright, let's take a look.
I'm making this video to demonstrate good soldering technique and to break down the process into 5 easy steps. Stick with me, practice a bit, and you'll get good at it too. You'll need a soldering iron, something with which to clean your tip like a wet sponge or a brass sponge, some solder, and while optional, a pair of helping hands can really come in handy. One more note, solder is very hot. Its melting temperature is almost twice the temperature of boiling water. Hot metal looks the same as cold metal, so be really careful. Also, especially if you're a beginner, you should be wearing safety goggles. So let's jump right into it. For through-hole components,
I have regular glasses on,
you'll want between 600 and 700 degrees Fahrenheit. That's 315 to 370 degrees Celsius. If you're soldering larger connections with more copper that's dissipating heat, then you may want a slightly higher temperature. With a temperature adjustable iron, you can see what works and adjust accordingly. Next, make your components stay in place without your help. This is where you can use your helping hands. If you're soldering
we don't have those. We don't have helping hands. We just have regular hands.
The component into a V shape so that it stays in place flush against the board. For components without long leads,
okay, this is for later.
That's or excess solder from the tip. Iron. Use a brass sponge or a wet sponge to remove any oxidation or excess solder from the tip. A dirty tip is covered in metal oxides that transfer heat badly and can result in poorly soldered joints. Always remove excess solder because you'll only make reliable connections using fresh solder that has rosin in the core. Rosin acts like a flux when soldering, which eats away the oxide layers that form on the surfaces of metals. In fact, the smoke that you see when soldering is the flux burning away, not the solder itself vaporizing. Without fluxing the solder to clean your surfaces, you'd have a very hard time getting the solder to wet. Now we're ready to apply solder. The whole principle is to heat up the big one evenly and melt solder onto the joint, not the tip of the iron. Apply the iron to one side of the components that you're trying to join, and feed solder from the other side. The amount of time it takes to heat the joint depends on its size, the temperature, and the power of the iron. Tiny connections can take a few seconds, but large connections dissipate more heat and will take longer. Remember to make as much contact as possible between the iron's tip and your part. Hold the flat edge of the iron's tip against the joint, not just the point of the iron. Sometimes it helps to tin your iron by putting a small amount of solder on the tip to bridge the air gap between the iron's tip and your components.
Sorry, I'm pausing this for a second just because I'm a little distracted right now. Be ready for a jump scare. It's about to happen. It's about to happen. Get ready. It's about to happen. Hello, Nuthouse. I noticed during that, I just noticed how to make the stand to put the soldering iron in when we're not using it. So, let's go. And in regards to the popping a chalky milk video, Jonathan, you say someone's making a chocolate milk, and they say they just pushed the grandma off the stairs. Popping a chalky milk will make it better. Okay? It won't. Do they know it won't? Were they joking or were they serious? Because it won't, dude. That's not something to freaking joke about. I bet their grandmother's really hurt. Okay. I'm just tying the nut in place so that this stays at the right height. Yeah, how you doing, Nuthouse? Good to see you. There we go, I think that's good. Test. Interesting, okay. Very interesting. If I put it this way, it's still, I'm not sure I would trust that with like 400 degrees Celsius tip. Let's fiddle a bit more. You hope they were joking, but it's been killing you all day? I mean, I'm sure they were. I was just being dumb for a laugh. Okay, and then it seems to... Well, let me lift the wire just to like simulate real conditions. Yeah, I don't know, that's difficult to trust, because right now it's sturdy, but that's also because it's kind of using the wire to hold up. Playing Project Zomboid with some of your friends? Interesting. I vaguely know about that game. Like, I've seen some stuff on it, but how complicated is that game? Is that game like, if I was to try to get into it without watching a bunch of YouTube tutorials, I'm screwed? Or can you, like, figure it out in, like, 20 minutes of opening it? And then, like, mastering it takes longer, but you understand all the menus and stuff pretty quickly. Okay, this cable is down here and it's pulling slightly because that's how it goes. Yeah, that's pretty unstable. I might just have to, I'll put it in here to help hold and contain it, but I think I'll keep my hand on it to be safe. And so it can be complicated or not complicated. But I'm just talking about like the menus and stuff, because I know there's a bunch of like menus and systems and like health. Like, you know, health is not just like a HP bar, it's like your knee health and your infection health and your shoulder health, right? Okay, so so it's not that complicated, but also you've played it for years. Good, you got it. We'll be going. You're once again asking me to have another good 24 hours. Thank you, Jonathan. See you around. Have a good time. There's no stream tomorrow, so I'll have a good 24 hours, and then, like, that's it. Because you won't be able to wish me another one tomorrow. So I got to enjoy my like last 24. All right. Going back to the video now that that's assembled.
To clean
I
your
went back a
surfaces,
bit,
you'd have a
but
very hard time getting the solder to wet. Now we're ready to.
sorry. Let's just
rosin
listen to this
transfer
again.
heat
Sorry, I know
badly
you
and can
guys heard
result
it
in
already.
poorly
But
soldered joints.
yep. So
Always
I need to
remove
clean
excess
it.
solder because you'll only make reliable connections using fresh solder that has rosin in the core. Rosin acts like a flux when soldering, which eats away the oxide layers that form on the surfaces of metals. In fact, the smoke that you see when soldering is the flux burning away, not the
Okay.
solder itself vaporizing. Without flux in the solder to clean your surfaces, you'd have a very hard time getting the solder to wet. Now we're ready to apply solder.
Yes.
The whole principle is to
I
heat
am
up
ready.
your joint evenly and melt solder onto the joint, not the tip of the iron. Apply the iron to one side of the components that you're trying to join, and feed solder
Sorry,
from
what was
the
that
other
about the
side.
tip of the iron?
The principle is to heat up your joint evenly and melt solder onto the joint, not the tip of the iron.
Right, so we're just heating
Apply
onto the joint,
iron
not
to
onto
one
the
side
tip.
of
Got
the
it.
components that you're trying to join, and feed solder from the other side. The
Yeah.
amount of time it takes to heat the joint depends on its size, the temperature, and the power of the iron. Tiny
Cool.
connections can take a few seconds, but large connections dissipate more heat and will take longer. Remember to make as much contact as possible between the iron's tip and your part. Hold the flat edge of the iron's tip against the joint, not just the
Easy.
point of the iron. Sometimes it helps to tin your iron by putting a small amount of solder on the tip, to bridge the air gap between the iron's tip and your components to create
Yep.
better heat transfer.
Tin it, use the side,
When you're done, remove
and hold
first
it to the
solder
side of the
and
joint
then
so that...
iron. The joint will need a few seconds to cool, so don't disturb it. Last, check whether you made a good connection. Did the solder wet to both surfaces? Is the joint smooth and shiny?
Yes.
Is there too much or too little solder? On a printed circuit board, the connection should make a volcano shape adhering smoothly to both the entire pad and the component lead.
A volcano shape, aka a mountain shape, by the way. I don't see any like concave hole in that mountain, but yeah, sure.
Finally, trim the leads of your components if you need to. So now that I've shown you some good examples, let me show you a bad example so you know what not to do.
She
The
pulls
first
up
big
my
no-no
stream.
is putting a blob of solder onto your iron and
How
trying to
did she
transfer it to
get
your
that?
joint.
It hasn't even happened yet.
This won't work because your flux burns away.
Sorry, what did you say?
Let me show you a bad example so you know what not to do. The first big no-no is putting a blob of solder onto your iron and trying to transfer it to your
Right,
joint.
yeah, I wasn't going
This
to do
won't
that.
work because your flux burns away and you're not ensuring that your work pieces get hot enough for the solder to properly adhere. Secondly, don't
I like
grab
the
your joint
acting.
while it's hot. I didn't burn my finger here, but I easily could have. Third, your workpiece is sloppy if your components aren't properly aligned. This example is of course exaggerated, but beginners often don't ensure that parts are properly mounted flush against the board before
Yeah,
they
we'll
begin.
make sure.
So that's about it for this video.
Cool.
Leave me a
Smash like. Nice job, One Tesla. Get ready for jump scares. Be ready. I'm serious. I gotta fix that. I just gotta put all the jump scares into that screen, but I haven't done it yet. Okay. And experience, top is 150 right now. Yeah, it's alright. You guys are making progress. Okay, so with that all in mind, the one question I have left, I'm feeling pretty confident and ready to go. The one question I have left is when we're tinning the ends of these wires, where do the wires go? Because obviously when we're doing it on a circuit board, the circuit board's just, you know, face down with the part we're soldering facing up, and we go in with the solder and the soldering iron, right? But here, do I just do it like raw on the table? Just like lay it on the table and go in? Because then what if, like, it's gonna like drip on the table or something? I don't know. I don't think it would actually drip on the table because I know it melts and then rehardens and solidifies quite fast. But I'm just thinking, like, what could I like lay something on this table? I don't think paper's a good idea because it's, you know, flammable. Wrong page. carefully tin the stripped cable ends. To do this, hold the hot tip of the soldering irons against the ends of the cable at the same time as the solder wire. The solder must completely encase the end of the wire. I guess I could like just bend the wires so that the ends are hovering. That's still a little spooky, I feel. Like right now I could do this end, but let me quickly I'll just look up like soldering wire tips. Like, you know, not tips, but you know, the ends of wire. Soldering wire. And I'll just see on video what are they doing. Like, are they just holding it above the table? They are kind of, yeah. Or I'll show you. It means you're going to get jump scared later, but you can live with it. Here, look.
Solder 2 wires together.
It is just over the table.
Start by taking your wire strippers and strip back about 1/2 inch of insulation material from the end of each wire, exposing the copper strands underneath. And twist them together.
Yeah, I mean, this is obviously different from what we're doing, but...
Now take your solder and your soldering iron.
Yeah, just hovering.
You want to heat the wires from underneath with the soldering iron, allowing the solder to flow through the wires from above.
That's good advice.
This ensures that you get up to temperature and that solder flows throughout the entire connection. Test the connection and then slide your heat shrink tubing over the exposed wires. Ideally, you'll use a heat gun or even a hair dryer, but you can...
Okay, I think I'm good with that. Get ready for a jump scare. It's happening. I'm sorry. I think I'm good. So I'm going to carefully plug in the soldering iron. Well, I don't know. I might actually just keep this in my hand while I plug it in because I don't want to be like under the desk and then it falls out of its place or something. Okay. It's hot. It's active. Be scared. Scared will keep you alive. Now I got solder. Okay. So, soldering iron under the end, and the solder itself to go over. But just the end of the solder. This, it's very fiddly. I wish it was a little more flexible. I might just use my hands. Yeah, that's fine. I think I need the extra dexterity. Okay, is this on? Does not seem to be melting. Do I need to hit some kind of switch on this? I don't see a switch. It's on at the wall. There's this little dial here, but that's just to select temperature. Right now it's selected 250 degrees Celsius. Okay, there we go. It's going. Okay. I think that's fully tinned. Kind of hard to tell, but because it's so small, but I think that is. Now let me fold this wire so that the other side's sticking up. We've got to do a lot of wires like this, and it's important to not stop paying attention and taking it seriously. So I'm probably not going to be as funny while the soldering iron is out and 250 degrees. VOD watchers, do what you think is best. Okay, and let me this would be this is an 8 centimeter one, because that's the one that's missing. I need to keep them organized as I'm splitting them. So let me do the rest of the 8 centimeter wires we cut. Don't even like risk. I think I can fit the soldering iron under that without touching the table. No. Set it to a place where you don't even need to think about it. It's going to take longer, but it's going to be worth it. I can do better than that, even. So the copper wires pre-tinning, they're not like orange, like you know, kind of expect copper to be. No, this wire, hold on. It just doesn't want to be in a way that's safe to come at. It's not like orange, so it's already kind of like silvery, which makes it hard to tell. Okay, come on, man. Makes it hard to tell when it's fully covered versus only partially. I wish I had 3 hands. Okay, that's alright. It's not perfect, but that's fine. I'll do the other side later. I'll just give that time to cool. I know it cools very fast. It's probably already cooled. But again, we'll play it safe rather than risky. I haven't soldered anything in like maybe 7 years, and that was also my first time soldering something 7 years ago. So I'm just going to be safe about it. And if that means this section of building a radio has less like anecdotes and we don't talk about like famous landmarks and immortality and humans being amazing, so be it. Okay, I think I am doing a good job of this now. And it's not taking that long. And I think the kind of like twisty snake position I have to get the wires up is working well, and it's easy to replicate. Good. Good. Project Zomboid, by the way, the reason I was asking was I wasn't just making conversation. I will be taking a look at it later, shall we say. And we won't say much more than that on that topic. But it's on the list, and I already know exactly what's going to happen when I get to that part of the list. So, I'm just kind of hoping it's not difficult for me to figure out how the game works when it's time for me to, you know, maybe something happens with the game. Okay, that big like drop, whatever. There's a bit of solder on the table there. I'll clean that off later. Sounds really cool. Okay, maybe it will be. If I need any help picking it up and learning, let you know. Thank you. I probably won't be needing that, hopefully. I'm hoping I can just figure it out. But also I feel like if I need assistance, it would probably just be quicker to like look things up. But thank you for the offer. That's nice of you. This is imperfect, but you know this is like simple radio. It should be fine. And they said not much can go wrong in these steps, so I'm hoping they're telling the truth about that. I might just retwist the ends of the wires, because it feels like some of them are a little loose. Stop wobbling, buddy. True, I don't know if you heard that, but there was a very satisfied rumble from behind me as a greedy alien stretches its body out. But, okay, that's another drop of solder that happened. That's fine. I don't know how to avoid that. I guess just don't put too much on. Okay, I think that's all tinned. Let's, for the first time, clean it off on the sponge. Okay. Move these. That's the 8 centimeter wires done that we cut. Let's do the 9s next. I feel like the shorter wires will actually be harder to do, because it'll be harder to curve it in a way where it sticks up. I guess let me set them all up. And then before I actually start on these 9s, thank you. Before I actually start on these 9s, I might just quickly check one little thing on that soldering safety website. Real fast. Just to double check something. Yep. Yeah, that is what I was thinking. It mentions like you should have like air filtration when you're soldering. Like they mention having like a hood extract over the table you're working at, which obviously I don't have. We're not in a lab. None of the other places mentioned that, and that site was also talking about like lead and stuff. So it might be talking about like different, more dangerous types of solder. I feel like surely the soldering, there was the manual right there on my left. I'm not going to point to it because I'm busy. But the manual that came with this kit, you would think it would mention it if it was like really, really critical. Or like you'd think that either one of those safety videos we just watched would have mentioned it. So I'm going to assume it's probably okay. And it's not like I'm soldering every day in here for a job. It's like just a tiny bit for one day. But I'll be careful like with my breathing, and once the stream's done, I'll leave the room with like the door open for a couple hours, and I'll take the dog on a big WALK. To celebrate, Chimmaney Gets Real. Finally completed the 3-stream series you've been waiting for. God damn it. It's so hard to tell when they're fully tinned. Go in. This is the relaxed section of the stream. Again, I'm apologizing for it, and normally I feel bad if there is a more quiet section of a live stream like this, but in this case, I don't feel bad at all. This just kind of needs to be what's happening. And VOD watchers, if you like, feel free to skip ahead. I won't be offended. Not House Your Hair Live, if you like. I mean, you're playing Zomboid on the other monitor, so it's probably not a big issue for you. But once this is done, guys, oh my god, we're gonna build a whole radio? Are you serious? I know there's a lot more soldering to do, but it's also going to be a lot less, like, precarious once it's all soldering over the actual circuit board, rather than precariously these oddly positioned wire tips that are, like, really hard to fully cover instead of just placing a blob on top of something that, you know. Okay, put the 9s over there. We are more than halfway done. We've done 8, we have 5 to go, so this is going pretty quick. You got me turned up? Oh, no, that wasn't like a little comment about, like, oh, you're playing Zomboid on the other monitor, blah, blah, blah. No, I'm never have a problem with being on the second monitor. I'm just saying, basically right now I feel bad about being quiet and, like, not commentating a lot for this section. But I guess, you know, the VOD watchers can skip ahead, and the live viewers, it's okay, because it's not like I'm the main focus right now, and it's, oh, come on, why is he not doing anything? Because you're being entertained separately. I know a lot of streamers do get insulted about, like, oh, you think I'm second monitor content? I can't believe you said that to me, chat. Like, top 10 highlight clips of their channel is them being upset about that. For me, I don't, like, I get it, dude. You're busy. Honestly, I think being on a stream that someone puts on the second monitor, I think it's kind of a compliment. Obviously, it's also a compliment to be on the first monitor, but it's a compliment in a different way. Because I think if someone's putting your live stream on their second monitor, that doesn't mean you're not, like, interesting enough. Well, it doesn't, maybe it does, but it doesn't inherently mean you're not interesting enough for their full attention, you know? Because the alternative, it's not really, hey, choose between putting my stream on your second monitor or your main monitor. Really, the choice that's being made is put my stream on your second monitor or don't watch it because you're, like, busy and, like, you know, you have something else you need to do, or you don't have a lot of, like, free time right now, and so you kind of want a task overlap, you want to play a video game, but hey, I'll have the stream open too, you know? It's like someone listening to your stream while they're cooking, or, while, you know, having it on the other monitor while they play a video game, or do a bit of work or something. It's a compliment because it's basically, hey, I'm busy right now, but I still want to watch the stream. Again, it's not really a choice between on the second monitor or on the first monitor most of the time. It's on the second monitor or not at all. So I don't really get it when a lot of streamers, like, take issue with that and take, like, offense at the idea. Obviously, you know, I like to have a stream that is entertaining enough that if it's on the first monitor, it makes sense to be. But if, you know, if someone's not having me on their first monitor, I feel like it's probably because they're busy with something else, rather than because they're, like, bored. Because if they would just close the tab, you know? Whoa, we're halfway there. Whoa, living on a prayer. Okay, train of thought before I can get to the point I actually want to say. I unfortunately have to lead you down the whole train. That song, Whoa, We're Halfway There, Made me think of the Big Time Rush song. We're halfway there, looking good now. Never thought I'd ever say. We're halfway there. Oh, we're halfway there. And then that made me think of, you know, hey, those two songs are like the same, and it made me think of a bunch of things. It made me think about like, oh, I could say something about like, oh, this is really getting into the weeds before I can get to the point I want to say, but I'm not even halfway there. So first of all, when my dad turned 50, I was quite young still, and I played that song by Big Time Rush. We're halfway there, looking good now. Never thought I'd ever say. And that's quite funny because that's like it's like a little. I was just a kid, being dumb, but that's like a little mean spirited on someone's 50th birthday to be like, oh, you're halfway there. Like halfway to what? And then I was also thinking like, oh, I could say a thing of like, what if I sung a section? I sung like 2 words from one of those songs, and then I was like, oh, guess which song I'm singing. If I go like halfway, then it's like, oh, that's the Whoa Whoa one, not the Big Time Rush one. Anyway, then it made me think about other songs that have like similar titles or lyrics or things going on in them. Point is, and this is something I've kind of in my head thought for a little bit but never expressed out loud. I wonder if you did a map of how many songs that have been heard over 1,000 times. So like it doesn't count. It doesn't need to be Omega popular, but it doesn't count if you like just make one right now. It needs to be like a song that has been heard by at least 1,000 different people. We'll say, not 1,000 different times, because then it could be like one person a bunch of times. A song that's heard by 1,000 different people that the title is just a year. And you like map that onto the 19th and 20th century so far. How many of those years would be covered? Because I feel like there are a lot of songs where the title is just a year. There's 1941 by Claypex, which is like, I just want you here, like it was 1941. Play that silky tune, and let me show you how to love. There's in 1985, 1985. There's Holland 1945. So the title isn't just 1945. It's Holland, 1945 by Neutral Milk Hotel, which is like how's that one go? It's and here's the room where your mother and here brothers were born in content in the sheets where their bodies once moved but don't move anymore. And it's so sad to see the world agree that they'd rather see your faces filled with flies. Oh, and I long to keep buying roses in like that one. I think it counts. 1945. There's what else is there? You say 1969 Nuthouse. I don't know that song, but I could imagine it being one because there's like the moon landing. There's okay, so this one's a bit of a stretch because there's a few more words in the title, but Party Like It's 1920, where it's like oh, let's party like it's 1920 again. It's like that, kind of. Good, we can just peel that bit of solder off the wire. So those wires are all tinned now. Let me clean off the edge. Nice. I'll turn the power off at the wall. We're gonna need more solder in a bit, but for right now, I'll turn it off. Ugh. Ooh. Whoops. actually quite bad. I burned through the glove a little. I didn't realize how far that went. Luckily, I'm fine. It didn't burn my skin. I'm gonna have to take this glove off. Yeah. Reminder to be very careful with this thing. Off at the wall, putting it in the handler. Thought I was safe. I am safe, but, you know, that was close. Okay, so the wires are all tinned. Now mount the components onto the circuit board. The circuit diagram of the complete receiver on the last page of the manual is a good reference point. Yeah. And then... Okay. Let's take a look at the pieces and then see if we can use them to figure out the best way to... Okay, look, these blobs, they didn't actually stick to the table, so they're going to be easy to clean. That's good. Let's look at the pieces. I'm still a bit worried about this. I know it cools down fast. But, yeah, it's still hot. I'm just going to hold it for a little bit, because I don't want to be, like, bending under the table and reaching over while this is... Even when it's in the stand, I just want to be careful with it. So, here's the circuit board. It's quite small. It's all labeled, you know, as circuit boards are. But the question is, how labeled are the other components? So this is... because it's labeled with, like, information on its, you know, power usage and stuff. But it doesn't seem to be... Like, okay, so look, it's a cylinder with two spikes, right? Two little wires coming out. So, woo! So, obviously... Stay. So, obviously, it's probably going to go into one of these, like, C5, C7, where it's a circle with two spikes. But I don't see anything on here that says, like, C5, C7, C8. What inspired me to make a radio? I'm just kind of interested in how things work and how things are made. I wanted to make a crystal radio after I heard that it can function without electricity at all. But looking up crystal radio kits, I don't remember if they were really hard to find or really expensive, but there was some problem with them. And then I got this tube radio kit, and I decided it would make for a good live stream. Okay, so let me see if there's any... Okay, so we can see in progress pictures, which is good. Circuit diagram, I don't think that's going to be very useful to me, just because, again, I don't really work with circuitry. I imagine if you did a lot, then you could use this to very easily put it together, but we're probably going to need to go step by step here. Is this still hot? Less. Cool. I'll hold it a bit longer though. Okay. So it's like this. Attention. R1, brown, black, yellow, can still remain free because it should remain replaceable. I'm not going to be replacing it. But look, we are kind of seeing like a step-by-step, we're seeing what they're adding in. So we can, okay, that's fully cooled off now. I'm going to put it in the stand. Yeah, here, let me just show you what happened. If you're going to be soldering, by the way, like, do be very careful, because look what happened is I was like this, putting it in the stand, and it looks like it's done, right? It looks like it's completely in the stand, but then it goes like that, and you see it kind of like surprises you when you finish it. It suddenly, it like slows down to a halt, and then you push it the rest of the way, and suddenly it goes like quite further. Okay, so we are mounting these. It looks like. And we can probably tell by looking at, well, it's black and white, so we can't tell by looking at the colors of the lines, but maybe we can tell by looking at the, want to focus? The lines themselves on those little bodies in the middle. So, was there a thing earlier? I don't think there was, but let me check. Yeah. Okay, so look. We kind of can tell. So it says, like C1 is 10 PF. And then here, no, that's not right. Because I'm thinking, because here it says like brown, black, red, and I'm assuming that's referring to the colors of the stripes. Is R2. Is there anything on here? Oh no, those are labeled as R2. Oh yeah, sorry, it's up here is the stuff. Okay, we're good. I see what to do. Look. R2 is brown, black, red, and then R2 is actually labeled on here. There. Oh, sorry, it's there. Okay, it's not going to focus, but you understand what I'm saying. It says R2 in the corner of that box. Okay, so R2 is brown, black, red. Brown, black, red. This is going to be a little tricky to figure out, especially because it looks like each of them have 4 stripes, but the 4th one is always gold, so that's fine. So look, this is brown, black, red. Might just have to take my word for it. Brown, black, red is R2. Does it matter which way it's facing? It looks like on the pattern the gold is to the left, the gold stripe, and this is for R2. So now I'm inserting it to the circuit board. Let me bend the wires into R2, into R2. Nice, so that's in. And I'll bend it out a bit to secure it, just like that video taught me. Okay. Next is R3, which is brown, black, red. Again, I guess. Brown, black, red. R3 is here. It's this vertical one. And the gold looks like it's shining downwards. Yes. R3. I'm going to just pre-bend them. I think that's better. Rather than pushing one in and then bending it and then, trying to figure that out. Okay. R3, brown, black, red, with the gold going down, we're good. Let me bend these wires out. And I suppose I should be cutting these, because it's going to get messy down here real quick if I'm just putting them all in. Do not cut the wires too close to the board, as this may cause mechanical stress. Yeah. I'm going to assume like a certain distance out is fine. Or I guess the thing is I could leave it and then solder and then cut, right? Like I could put a solder blob on and then cut it. Maybe that would be better. I'm going to cut it to start with, and then if it starts causing problems on them where it's like, oh, actually these are falling out because they're cut, then I'll obviously stop. Let me get some better wire cutters than those ones. They're too kind of big and bulky. Here we go. I'm going to leave a good bit of distance still. You're not sure makes sense though? I think with the stream delay I've lost what that's in reference to, but it sounds like something I said made sense, so I'm going to give myself a pat on the back. Yeah, I think the stream delay on these handcam streams is more. I wonder if it's because it's like higher quality than some video games, and so it's like takes a little longer for the message to be sent. I don't know. Okay. R4 is brown, black, yellow. Brown, black, yellow. Oh, look at that. It was in focus for a second as I shifted it away because I gave up. The cutting after soldering makes sense? Yeah. I'll see if these fall out, and then I will. But I think it would be quite a mess down there. Actually, let me just not do that, and then if it becomes a mess, I'll start cutting it, because I think that's fine. So R4 is the top of these, gold to the right. Reddit gold to the right, upvotes below, right? What do they say? When it's on Reddit and you like leave a comment that's good, it's like, hey, the upvote button's down there, buddy. That's where you can find it. All right. R5, yellow, purple, yellow. It's at the bottom of these four. Yellow, purple, yellow. Not a very good series of colors, by the way. Yellow, purple, yellow. You can't really tell. The yellow kind of blends in, but... maybe the worst set of three colors of all time. And gold to the right. And that's R5. I think if you were going to put three colors in a row... what are the ugliest three colors you can put in a row? Like, obviously... there aren't really many ugly colors. What I mean is, like, next to each other, they look ugly. Because I think yellow and purple look ugly next to each other. I think, like, lime green and yellow... no, those can look good, actually. I take that back. I think, like, lime green polka dots on yellow would look ugly. It depends. It depends how... okay, lime green and yellow... but they kind of like are similar shades to where they almost blend together. Ugly. But if they're like obviously different colors, that's good. R6, brown, black, orange. It's orange, orange, yellow. Brown, black, orange. R6. Puke green, a kind of smelly brown, and a deep orange. I do not know what smelly brown is. I understand the other two. And I think puke green and a deep orange would look bad next to each other, but I'm not sure what smelly brown is. Is that like kind of light and pale, or is that like deep brown? So this is R6. brown, black, orange. R6 is that one. Gold to the left. I hope I'm doing it right, because I'm kind of just going off what it looks like in the image is the gold side. If I'm lucky, it doesn't even matter what the rotation is. But I am also quite diligently following... Like, so far there hasn't been any question of which side is the gold stripe on in any of these images. It seems quite obvious, but it's also, I'm just like thinking, because looking at the gold in this strip of 4, it's right, right, left, right. Which is maybe... because that's like a weird layout. You know, if it was right, right, left, left, it would be like, oh, okay, I get it. Right, right, left, right is questionable. But they don't even mention a direction, so I might just be going overboard. And muddy brown, like swamp water brown. Like, so it's sort of like a greenish brown then. That's R6. R7 is brown, black, orange. Brown, black, orange. We don't have any brown, black, orange. Well, except for the one we put on R6, but that's also definitely brown, black, orange. Brown, black, orange. There's orange, orange, yellow. There's brown, black, red. They probably mean brown, black, red. Because there was that translation earlier where it said, like, you know, these things were brown and then they were black. So I think maybe this is either a translation error or a, you know, they changed the system slightly without updating the instructions. And brown, black, red is pretty much brown, black, orange. Hold on, I put a brown, black, orange there. Oh, and I think that's R2. Is R2 brown, black, red? There's a brown, black, red there. That's also... okay, yeah, I got these wrong. That's annoying, because one of them is the clipped one, so it's going to be tricky to... Actually, it's not, it probably won't be that tricky. So here's the brown, black, orange. And then this is brown, black, red. R2, brown, black, red, yes. And it's brown, black, red with the gold left. The past is meeting the future. The future is meeting the present. The present is meeting the past. Welcome back. Okay. R2, brown, black, red, yes. Gold left, yes. R7, brown, black, orange, yes. With gold right. Since it's snipped, it's going to be a little tricky to fish it in the hole. There we go. Bend those over so it doesn't fall out. Easy peasy. Okay. That's R7, and that's it. There's more to do, but I guess we do them later. We haven't done R1. Oh. R1, I guess I missed that because it's right at the top of the line. No. R1 can still remain free because it should remain replaceable. For this purpose, a cable with sockets will be installed a little later. Okay. R1 is brown, black, yellow. That's this one. We'll put it to the side. And remember that, I guess. And now it says cut off the wire ends with sharp pliers about 2 millimeters above the board. So let's do that. The past is meeting the future. The future is meeting the present. The present is meeting the past. Welcome back. It's a new story with an old rhythm. Come and join the party. Step into the 20s. Yeah, what else is there? So there's, what have we got? We got 1941, 1945, 1985, 1920. There's definitely way more. Is there a song that's like 2000 and... There's got to be a song called 2012, right? There's absolutely, because, oh, the world's going to end in 2012. There's absolutely a song called 2012. I mean, that's why we celebrate Halloween, because of what happened in 2012. By the way, I'm really excited for the 13th anniversary of 2012 Halloween. I don't know about you guys. I cannot wait. Okay, install these ceramic capacitors. I think that's these. Don't get stuck in my gloves, please. Yes, it is. It's these. Yep. Install them, and they all have numbers on them, and it looks like I'm just going off the numbers. So C1, which is... Where's C1? You see C8, C7, C5. Okay, well I guess let's put in the ones we can see and then figure that out. So this one is 104, and it goes to C6. Which is not a thing I can see either. What? Oh, I see. They're just tiny. Okay, look, yeah, I see. I was just looking at... Because I saw these bigger C's. You see, like, C5, C8, you know? But these are tiny, see? Like C2, C4. They're minuscule. So 104 goes into C6. Yep. And C6, now that I know they're looking for those tiny things, is up here. Easy. I'll just go off picking them up. Another 104 goes into C4. I only brought TNT. I hope that's acceptable. Hard to see from far away. I think in this case it's actually more just like selective vision of like I was ignoring the whole circuit board except for this larger 2-pair with a circle around its shape. It's quite cool that humans have the ability to do that, you know? You can do it with hearing too. Like you can hear, that's why you can hear one person talking when there are a bunch of voices talking. Is because you can like just listen for that one frequency of their voice and ignore all the rest. But sometimes it causes problems because it's like I'm looking for something specific and I'm ignoring all the other things that aren't in the shape I expect it to be. and therefore I miss it. 10 is C1. C1. I see C2, I see C3. I do not see C1. I don't see it anywhere. And I'm looking everywhere. We'll come back to that one, I guess. 101 is C2. Oh, and there's C1. Instantly found it the second I pick up another one. Sometimes you just need a pair of fresh eyes, and sometimes fresh eyes are from 2 seconds of looking away. C1 goes there. Oh, I see one! I see one! And the last one, 103, goes in C3, which is the only one left. I just wanted to also confirm that the instructions said that. Cool. Now let me... Oh, and look, they're actually... I couldn't tell before because I guess I wasn't looking, but these three are actually smaller than those ones. See? Now let me bend the legs out and then cut them, right? Cut them. It just says insert, but it might be, and then like I think the paragraph underneath, yeah, is going for the next step. They might just be assuming we cut it. I mean, like, we definitely cut it. There's no way we don't. So let me just bend the legs out and then cut it. It's a new story with an old rhythm. Come and join the party. Step into the 20s. Splitting these legs apart. And there we go. All spidery, all figured out. Time to cut. Experience check. Nuthouse, you're on 100 experience. I think this is is this your first stream since they implemented that weird system? You get experience for watching Chimmaney streams now. But also they disappear when the stream turns off. So don't get your hopes up, buddy. If you thought that was your, like, shot at a, you know, safer life, where you could, like, be richer and more prosperous with the experience you saved up, they don't carry over. It's like finding out your sick leave days don't carry over, and you thought you'd been saving a ton up. Never happened to me, but I've heard it happen to people, and it's always like, God, you gotta check. You gotta make sure your sick leave days carry over to the new year. You gotta know that. No! Sorry, Nuthouse. But just imagine how much worse it would have felt if I didn't tell you. And then you had to find out after thinking like, oh, I just cashed in 500 experience points. I can't wait to spend them all. And then you find out. I was doing you a kindness by telling you immediately. Cool. All cut. Look at that. This is fun. It is fun working with circuit boards. Again, you know, I mentioned I did solder once previously. Obviously, that was also a circuit board. And I did enjoy it. It is satisfying putting all these pieces together. Even if, you know, again, it would be more satisfying if I knew exactly what was happening inside each of these pieces. But putting them together, you know, you do still feel like you're doing a good job and, like, you know, figuring it all out. But it would be nice to know exactly what each piece of the puzzle was doing. How do you increase your social credit with the Chimmaney Empire? You can't. You can only decrease it. You start with a certain amount, and it can only go down. It can never go up again. Everyone's born with like 10,000 points, and then you lose them. Or you don't. But if you do, they're gone. Okay, and now it's just doing the bigger ones into the C5s and stuff. Yeah, as the picture shows, but the paragraph's here, so we'll be using this. These four. Okay, this is maybe going to be a bit tricky. So the one into C5 is 10. And that's kind of cut off. I think it's 100. I think this one's 100. That's 10. So 10 goes into C5. Which is here. And then 100, these are all 100 apparently. And they go into C7, 8, 9. 9, 8, and 7. To be clear, that was me looking for 7. I wasn't trying to remember the last number, guys. I know that it's 7, 8, 9. I know how to count to 10, guys. Well, at least I know how to count to 9. I don't want to oversell my ability. In school, in like way early school, like, you know, I'm 4 or something. This is another thing that just like pissed me off, like another like trick, another like nasty trick the kids would pull. Hold on, let me read this real quick. Oh, here the installation direction must be observed. Okay, so good thing I didn't cut them yet, because there is actually a plus and minus on these, and the fact they specify it also, I guess that means it didn't matter on the other ones, which is nice. Just to confirm that. Okay. Plus and minus are labeled for each capacitor. The positive pole is the longer leg. Got it. And the minus is also a white bar on the installation. Okay, so they mean this yellow bar. Again, that's just a weird translation. So the long leg is positive. Yellow bar is negative. And I see. And it's just like a little symbol. Yeah, another nasty trick kids would pull is like when you're learning to count. This really bugged me because it was like, first of all, it's not impressive. Listen, here's what they'd do. They'd say, "I can count to 100. I can count to 100," and you'd say, "Okay, count to 100," right? And they'd go, 1, 2, skip a few, 99, 100. And like look at you with this dumbass grin, and it pissed me off, dude. Because it's like, you didn't count to 100, first of all. You missed a lot of those numbers in between. Let's not, you can't just say skip a few, right? Oh, I can walk around the world. 1 step, 2 step, get in a car, drive around most of the world. 99 step, 100 step. No, that's not how it works. You achieved nothing. But then also, it's like not even it's not even clever. You didn't do anything impressive. And even if you did do it correctly, I wouldn't have been impressed. You know, we're like 5-year-olds, dude. It comes with the territory. We can count to 100 by now. Alright? You don't need to, like, show off that way. And what bothered me is that it did actually, like, it was mostly done by kids who couldn't do it the real way, and they had to use those performance-enhancing cheats and, like, word plays. It was mostly kids that, like, I'd say, okay, count to 100, and they'd get up to, like, 41 and lose their minds. And then when they got their hands on this, like, secret drug they could pop, He took all of the, like, chase out of it, you know? C7 is 100. Positive, negative. If my kid, when I have a kid, comes up to me and says, Dad, I can count to 100. I'm gonna, like, choose your next words carefully, buddy. 1, 2, 3, okay. 4, alright, hear them out. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Skip men E 99, 100, and they're out on the street. Yeah. Why don't you count to 100 while like you're while you're like dialing child services? Because you're gonna have to find another place to live, buddy. You're gonna be on hold for a while. You're gonna have to count pretty high, past the time. That's 100 again. So this is the 10, right? No, that's the 10. 7, 8, 9 are not put in, and the 10 goes in 5, and that's C5. Yep, okay. Just making sure it's in the right place. No longer your child, they're a street urchin. Yeah, and they're not even that for long, because, like, they get... I'm coming for them, right? I kick them out on the street, I say, you're no longer my child, and not only that, you're now my target, buddy. And you have 100 seconds to run before I come for you. And they think, oh, 100 seconds, that's not bad. I can get pretty far in 100 seconds. 1, 2, skip a few. And they're like, whoa, heart drops, and they gun it down the street. Yeah, but do they gun it fast enough? Those little legs, I don't know. Positive, negative. And last one, just to make sure, it is a 100, and it's going to be going in C9, which is a 100. Longer leg in positive, yellow stripe on negative, breezy. VOD watchers, if you would like, compare current orientation of these. How many out of 4 did I get correctly initially when I was just putting them in randomly? I know it wasn't 4 out of 4, but I took one out and then flipped it around, and then I decided to just take the other 3 and do them one by one so I wouldn't lose track of which ones I'd already done. To check for C8, the negative points downwards. Oh, and then the other 3 point upwards. Okay, yeah, so that's... It also just tells me that. That's cool. But we got that right. Shall I cut these off now? Yes. I just wonder where those kids are now, though. The kids that would do that. Like, did they ever learn how to count to 100? For real? Without cheating? Or are they, like, still doing their taxes, and it's like, oh, you know, you need to report your earnings for this year. 1, 2, skip a few. I feel like that's the type of behavior that is, like, really toxic to your well-being, and it could really come back to bite you in a serious way later in life. By the way, sorry, that's just making me think. I remember one time in year 2, a lot of, like, child stories right now, I don't know. One time in year 2, there was a girl in my class who was, like, a little mean, but, you know, she was mean in a I'm 8 years old way, where it's just, like, you know, she didn't really do anything that, like, crazy bad, and she was never really to me, but I knew she was quite mean. And I remember one time I saw the teacher had pulled her aside to give her like a real stern talking to. And the girl's in tears. She's like standing there, you know, shoulders slumped, crying. And I remember what the teacher said. And this is, I don't know why this stuck with me. I guess for it to have stuck with me, I must have also thought at the time, that's kind of a weird thing to say, you know? So even as a child, I thought it was weird. What she said was, "I can see your bossy boots from a mile away," the teacher said. And the little girl's standing there like, crying. And, you know, again, she was a mean girl, but, you know, she was 8, and she was mean in an 8-year-old way. I feel like even if you do need to, as a teacher, pull her aside and give her a talking to, once she starts crying, you can reel it in a bit. But then also just, like, to transform the insult bossy boots into, "I can see your bossy boots from a mile away," and, like, that's like the, oh, damn, it just got serious. It's, I don't know, I find that funny. And I guess even as, like, an 8-year-old myself, I must have been like, that's weird. That was a weird thing to say. Now we're installing the semiconductors. I'm not sure which piece is the semiconductor. It's going in T1, T2. So it has 3 pins, so I think it is these. I think my initial assumption was right. For the transistors, note the flat side of the housing in each case. Yep. The direction of installation is indicated by the labeling on the circuit board. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I see it. The integrated amplifier LM386 is marked with a notch, which can also be seen on the labeling of the circuit board. LMN386. Well, let's put these semiconductors in and then we'll figure it out after. It is kind of like the way these holes are. It's going to be a little tricky to bend because the pins are all in a straight line right now. Nice. I've like never used, you know how a lot of music apps have like my discovery queue, right? Where it's, here's a bunch of songs the app thinks you might like based on the songs you listen to. I've like never used that before, but recently I was out with an alien behind me, shall we say, WALK, and I was like, I kind of want to listen to some music I've never heard before right now. And like, I don't know how to like really do that, what the easiest way to do that is. I don't want it all to be like the same artist, so I don't just want to look up some musician and, you know, have it like shuffle all of their songs. And then I saw the discovery queue and I've never really thought about it before. I was like, oh yeah, I'll give that a listen. And so now these past couple days, those like 20 songs that are in there, I've been kind of listening to them on loop for the last like 3 days or so, anytime I'm listening to music. And it's kind of annoying because a lot of those songs have been stuck in my head, and I kind of don't like all of them, but they're stuck in there now. There's one that's like it's I'm bringing it up because it's in my head right now, and it's been in my head for the last like 8 minutes or so. I've been trying to suppress it, and it's a fine song, but it's not like it's not really, you know, it's not really one for me to really write home about, I guess. It goes like, it's impossible to pinpoint. It's don't care one iota. No, I don't. It's impossible to pinpoint. And it's kind of like that, where it's sung in like a very kind of way, where it's I don't know how like silly-ish way. And I do like the occasional silly song, but I don't know, that one didn't hit for me, and it's in my head right now. And I don't know why, dude. It's impossible to pinpoint. The integrated amplifier is marked with a notch. Okay, well, what's missing from ours when we compare it to this image? Let's just do it that way. I see. I see one. Literally. Look, I see one. Do you see? I see one. So that's the integrated amplifier. And pin 1 is additionally marked with a dot and must be close to connector P4. So P4 is at the top, pin 1, so that's just them saying the direction here matters. I do not see a dot, but I do see the little bite out of it, like the notch. Which means I know where the dot should be. I don't see it, but anyway, I see the little semicircle cutout of this, so I know the direction is correct. This is, you can get stuck on all the pins get stuck in the fabric of the gloves. It looks like this radio probably will take longer than the magical, mystical, mechanical mystery music box, by the way. When all's said and done. Okay, this is, and my gloves are getting stuck on some of the cut-off parts at the bottom. Come on. Set me free. Haven't I suffered enough? Oh, you can't even see my pain. I think this is going to be easier with tweezers. Well, while I got them tweezed, look, can you see the semicircle cutout? It's on the left. Not while it's out of focus. Okay, whatever. There's a little semicircle cutout on the left to match with the semicircle cutout in the white circuit board paint. So yeah, that's what the problem is that I actually need to bend these legs in to get them to line up. You can put one set of legs in, but then the others need to be bent to fit. There we go. Nice. Yep. Fit the coil and tube socket. Okay, we'll do that in a bit. Let me just figure out how to get this one, because do these pins want to bend? Not really. Let me, because they're quite small already. Let me bend them with like the back of a thing of metal instead of my glove, because they'll just get caught on my glove. That's good. Yeah, perfect. Nice and bent. That's not going anywhere. Boom. Okay, actually that side's still sticking up. Should I stay? Should I go? Should I run? Should I know? It's like it's going on. It's impossible to pinpoint. There are other ones that are really good. There's one that is called like Sweet Tooth. It's okay. It's not bad. It goes like, yeah, I got this sweet tooth, baby. I hold hands with cosmic entities. It's quite good. But that impossible to pinpoint one, not a fan. I hope the person who sings it and wrote it don't hear me say that, because they'd probably go to a magic shop and pull out a curse on me. And since I'm not welcome in magic shops, I wouldn't even be able to make like a counter blessing. I wouldn't even be able to go in and like ask for mentorship on how to do that. Fit the coil and the tube socket. The coil can only be installed in one orientation because one side has 3 connections and the other has 2 connections. The tube socket must be fitted from the rear. So, is this the right thing? No. This is. And it goes here. And then it kind of has a screw top, so it might be screw something on, but actually on further looking it doesn't look like it. Fold these over. It's impossible to pinpoint. I shouldn't have brought it up. Maybe it would have passed in another like 10 minutes on its own, but now I've said it out loud. It's here to stay, dude. It's impossible to pinpoint. Okay, these gloves are really sticky with these like sharp metal end bits. They just, I'm getting like velcroed. Come on, set me free! Set me free! And look, see how it fell off and it stuck to my finger? I don't think that's really gonna bend. It's such a small thing. If only I had a tool to press. Dude, if I could press with tool right now, it would be over. What's something flat and useful I can use? I guess this is the best I have, just the ends of these pliers. But it's the best I have and it's not good. To the point where I'm like, maybe I just let this one stay loose until the solder's in, and I think that's what we're gonna have to do. You couldn't have made those wires a little longer and let me clip them? Okay. The coil and the tube socket, so that's one of them. What's missing from this picture? True. So those are there. R1 is there in this image. They told me not to do it yet at the start. And then here it looks like they're giving advice, so I guess I don't do it yet. Even though in all these images R1 is there. Not that you can see that. But R1 is there in all of them. But up here they're telling me about the replacement R1 thing they were going to go through. Okay. So what's missing? That's on. That's all in. Is this just called the coil and the tube socket? Is that what this one piece is called? No. The coil can only be inserted in one orientation. The tube socket must be fitted from the rear. I imagine this is the tube socket. Yeah, and it must go here. Yes, it does. And I see that in the image. So that's why it was confusing, is that this is fitted from underneath. So in the image you can only just barely see the pins sticking up to the top and then like folded up flat against the circuit board. So it's not as easy to see because it's not like something obviously sticking up from the circuit board. come on. Trying to accurately push through all those holes, dude, it's impossible to pinpoint. Okay, and let me just fold these all over. It's actually easier folding them inwards rather than outwards, because there's more space. I folded this one outwards and it's kind of like I live to regret it. There we go. Okay, that's nicely secured. The other thing still isn't. Do I give it another go? I'm gonna. I'll give it one more go. Let me, yeah. God, dude, that one is so Velcro. Okay, let me, here they are. Leather gloves. That should make this a little simpler. And because I'm not wearing like a billion gloves underneath, I at least have some flexibility with them right now, compared to other times you've seen me having these on. Though it's still not the easiest to pick up small objects. Nice and gentle. There we go. Okay, screw you. I'm just gonna do that. Get that glove off. I'll use the glove for folding it underneath, but for this kind of thing, I'd rather have sticky Velcro gloves than the alternative. Okay, but no, this isn't gonna work, because look, there's so much at the ends of my fingers. Like, I can't effectively smush that to bend it. What the hell am I supposed to do about this? Hold on, give me 1 second. Away from the camera. I think it's just, for real, gloves gotta come off. And like no secret glove replacement underneath, because the whole point is no. You know, the whole point is using skin. But I'm not letting you guys get my fingerprints. I know what you do with them. Okay, these don't want to bend. Am I just not supposed to bend these ones? I'm using like my fingernail. It's quite stiffly not bending. Okay. Maybe that one's just supposed to sit loose. And they covered it in Velcro for a laugh. To get at Chimmaney. Yeah, all that witchcraft was for nothing. They put so much work, all those early witches they were burning. And it still didn't even help me out that much. They got burned alive and they didn't even achieve anything. By the way, is that even true? I feel like I haven't looked into it, so I'm like, don't take this as information. This is a question. I feel like I've seen a couple of people say like, oh, actually, the witch trials like didn't happen. Or at least they didn't happen that much, or they happened like twice. It wasn't like a big historical thing. I don't know if that's real or not. And I guess I'm not going to get an answer. So I guess I'm just saying it out loud to remind myself, like, hey, look into that. I feel like something must have happened, because I don't know. I feel like it wouldn't have just invented the whole idea. Something must have happened. Now install the double cable with the socket for the exchangeable resistor R1. What does that mean? Oh, that's, is that this? Or this? Maybe. Pretty sure it was real, like over a dozen people executed. But, like, was it one... I know that, like, the church had nothing to do with it, and that was, like, the church was like, dude, witches aren't real. I know that's, like, part of the myth that is not real. But was it, like, one... Because obviously, like, Salem is the one they always talk about. Was that, like, the only place it happened in? Or was it... Was it, like, a lot of places? Or was it just, like, one place? Yeah, 12 people died, and that is a pretty awful thing to just randomly execute 12 people you don't like. Okay, well, this connects to a 9-volt battery, so it's not that one. It must be this one, right? Yeah, and look, that's correct. And then I take this from over here. Shorten the cable appropriately. Yep, we'll do that in a second. Solder the ends directly into the tube socket at pin 1 and pin 6. What? Shorten the cable. Yep, so that's... So first, it looks like we slot this into this, like these wires. And then we're putting these wires into the R1 slots. Does it matter? It looks like they have black on top there, but it's hard to tell. It looks like that's black and that's red because of the color difference. But then this is the inside and the other side looks different. I'm going to assume that the directions don't matter because that seemed to be the case earlier. This is weird, hold on. Just to bend the wires in a way where it fits. Should I? It's like this. Because they're in now, they're definitely in the slots, but they don't push in deep at all. And I'm not supposed to solder this because this is the whole point of this is that you can remove and replace R1 easily. So they wouldn't want you to solder it here. The whole thing is that you can just take this out and then this is the part that's soldered instead, these wires. Dude, I'm getting backseated over here. Look at this. Plug in the resistor with 100 kilowatts already. Dude, I'm just like, I'm trying. I'm trying to figure this out. Yeah, plug it in already. I don't know if that's kilowatts. I don't know what the omega symbol there means. Plug in the resistor with 100 kilo omegas already. Dude, I'm working on it, man. Hold on. Because it's just not sticking in is the thing. Like I'm lining up the pins with the holes and then pushing it in, but it's like pushing it against a wall. You know, it's like there's a hole, but then there's a wall like 2 millimeters after the hole. Yeah, dude, this translated German instruction guide's kind of sassy. Just give me a second to figure it out. I don't like work with circuit boards traditionally. Yeah, you can't look even trying to push it in. It just okay. Let's figure out this end, and then we'll come back to that after. Shorten the cable appropriately so that it extends about 1 centimeter over the edge of the board. Let me skip ahead to see an image for reference. Oh well, no, because they're using the pin in R1. I'm just going to use the pin in R1. I'm not going to replace, I'm not going to worry about replacing this resistor because if this radio breaks, I'm not going to get another resistor and replace it. Yeah, no. This is just going in R1. All the pictures have it in R1. They're like, this is a tube radio kit. The point isn't to have a radio. The point is to make the kit, Even if it breaks, I'll live with it. And I'm not going to buy a replacement resistor and, like, open it up to fix my crappy little tube radio kit that I made and make it repaired. If anything, I'll buy a second tube radio kit and make the whole thing from scratch. Oh, look what fell out. You are a brick tied to me that's dragging me down. Strike a match and I'll burn you to the ground. We are the jack-o'-lanterns in July, setting fire to the sky. Here comes this rising tide, so come on. Put on your war paint. Crosswalks and crossed hearts and hope to dye silver clouds with grey lining. So we can take the world back from a heart attack. One maniac at a time, we will take it back. Time crawls on when you're waiting for the song to start. So dance along to the beat of your heart. Hey, young blood, doesn't it feel like our time is running out? I'm gonna change you like a remix, then I'll raise you like a phoenix. The joke is Fall Out Boy, by the way. Yep. Doing what Fall Out Boy does best. Falling out. There we go. Now insert the tube into the socket. Check the accuracy of the 7 pins. So this is on the underside. And look here, there goes Fall Out Boy. That's right, I'm keeping my finger on Fall Out Boy. Don't go crazy. So the vacuum tube goes into this socket. And make sure the pins fit. In some cases, slightly bent pins might be readjusted so the contacts are hit exactly. Yeah, some of these are a little bent, as you can maybe see. Wearing a vintage misery. No, I think it looked a little better on me. Yeah, this is going to require quite a lot of bending, actually. And it's going to be quite difficult, too, because I can't even see where they're supposed to go. while I'm bending them. And they're quite largely out of place, actually. It's not even by like a little bit. I'm just going to bend them all outwards. And then see if maybe I can like bend them inwards against the hole once they're lined up with it, you know? Because there's no real way to bend them outwards, so if I bend them too far, top 10 times Chimmaney went too far, I can just bend them back. While I can actually see where they're supposed to go. Not really. Good idea, in theory. Would someone just put on your war paint already? Oh, please. Would you please? Thank you. You will remember me for centuries. And just one mistake is all it will take. Okay. Yep. Slide the board with the tube into position so that the tube is centered below the viewing window in the case. So I assume this is the viewing window. But what the hell are you talking about? Slide it? Which way is it supposed to face? Okay, so it is facing towards the 4 pins at the top. The tube is. Got it. Oh, look who it is. Look who joined. Look who came to join the party. You are a brick tied to me that's dragging me down. Should I solder this all first? I feel like I should solder this first before I slide it in, right? Check the accuracy of the 7 pins. Yep. Next, solder the variable capacitor to the board. The variable capacitor. What's that? Variable capacitor is this box with this thing. Hold on. Slide the board with the tube into position. Okay, I'm going to assume I'm supposed to solder all these parts on right now, rather than after it's in the cardboard box. So, let me get my hands on this. let me put this away first, actually, and just my dog who is sitting behind me on this bed I'm currently sitting on the foot of. I want to just give him some distance. Just back up a bit, mate. You're welcome. You're welcome here, but give some space. This is about to be a very hot thing in my hand. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy. It's getting very happy attention. But now you need to stay back there, okay? Because this is about to be bad. I don't want you bumping your head into it or anything. Cool. It's on. Nope, back up. Let's get some solder. And let's kick it. Okay, focus time, no more jokes. Can I put something under this to like balance it? That's not quite right. That's fine. It doesn't need to be perfectly flat, it just needs to not be completely sloped towards the vacuum tube. Okay. Dude, just one mistake is all it'll take to freaking burn me. Right, put the flat against the hole, and the solder itself actually goes against it. Like on top of the joint we're making. And we want to make little volcanoes. Nice. That's a good one. Here, I'll give you guys a bit of a close-up for this. You know, the camera doesn't really get in my way doing this, so I think that's fine. That was a good one. That was a bit much, but it's fine. That was good. That's good. Is it kind of melting the circuit board? I mean, it is plastic. I'm kind of smelling carbon monoxide, and this is very hot. You'd think the tutorial would have mentioned that, though. With like, hey, by the way, when I say press the side of this tip against the circuit board, I don't mean actually on the circuit board. You'll melt it. Yeah, that's a lot. I mean, the only other way to do it is to kind of hover above it as I feed the solder in. And that's not good. You know, they specifically said don't, like, put solder on the tip. No, back up. Sorry. I don't want... Dog, you gotta get some space. He loves being pressed right up against me, and I like it too, but hopefully he forgives that right now is not in either of our best interests. Sure, not the best way of doing it, but that works. Oh, he's left for a little journey. I hope he's not mad at me. I'll give him a big WALK later. With lots of stick throwing and running. Chimmaney Stark built this radio in his room, with a box of supplies specifically tailored to making it, and instructions. Well, I'm not Chimmaney. Yes, I am. Oh, wow, guys, that's awesome! I'm Chimmaney, aren't I? It just hit me. It actually just hit me. That's brilliant. It must suck to not be Chimney. You guys, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bring it up and make you feel bad, but damn, it's good to be me. Okay, I'm just gonna hold off for a second. He's reapproaching the bed. You can jump up. It's cool. Yeah, you can. It's way too early for food, so he's not asking for that. You're so curious, why am I building a radio? So that I can finally contact the outside world, Derek T. There's a message I need to get out. I need to tell people about the Chimney YouTube channel, and this is the only way I could think to do it. Also, sorry I'm not extremely talkative right now. It's just I'm not a soldering expert, and this is quite a dangerous, incredibly hot piece of metal. And so I'm being a bit cautious and quiet. The jokes will resume shortly. Good plan. Thank you. I mean, everyone listens to the radio, right? I just figured this is the best way to reach the most amount of people. Finally figure out what's going on outside this room. Okay. Clean it off a bit. Take a second, look at what's going on. There's a bit of solder that just does not want to disconnect from the tip here. Get off, would you? Dog jumped up, pulling away for a second. Yep, he's stuffing his nose right in my face. What? You couldn't have been doing that the whole stream up until I brought out the soldering iron, buddy? Alright. He's good now. He's sat down. How the hell are we gonna solder goddamn Fallout Boy into this? How are we gonna access the underside while keeping Fallout Boy in place? Watch out, you think the analog TV is making a resurgence as well? I mean, we can hit multiple markets. You know, get you a YouTube live streamer who can do both. I think I'd be a big hit on analog TV. Digital, I still need to work out a little bit. Like, no one's watching Chimney on the smart TV, you know what I'm saying? This is some real shoddy soldering, but it's because sometimes I feel like I'm feeding solder into it and nothing's happening. And so I keep feeding it and then it ends up with like quite a big blob all of a sudden out of nowhere. Okay. Big blob, but that's fine, I guess. Just touching up the ones that look a little smaller. Okay. Cleaning it off. Jonathan, you would? You'd watch me on a smart TV? Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you. Do you mean it? You don't mean it. No, you're telling tall tales, aren't you? You're fibbing. You're fibbing right now, aren't you? Jonathan. I don't like that one iota. No, I don't. It's impossible to pinpoint. Okay, let's solder this vacuum tube. Nice. This is good. I might be improving. Yeah, that's much cleaner, much less globular. You absolutely mean it, and so do you, Nuthouse. Well, Nuthouse, you never said you would, but I'll take it you're joining Jonathan's bandwagon. Well, thanks, guys. Maybe I should expand my market. I haven't really touched the smart TV world at all right now. Maybe I should make an app for a smart TV that updates every single time you open your TV and like won't function unless you update. So you open your TV, I want to watch some Chimmaney on his Chimmaney app. And just like every other smart TV app, you can't. It takes like 10 minutes to properly load. Alright, that's some pretty decent for like a pretty much first time solderer. That's not bad. Talking about bad, here's a little bad, but that's okay. I'm just gonna give it a bit of time to make sure. I know that's all hardened and dried, but I want to give it some more time. You have an annual rewatch of the Pokemon series? Well, I'm hoping that the next episode will be done by the end of this month. It might be a little bit after if production is slow. And it is going to be a very animation-heavy episode. But it's great. There's some stuff in this next Pokemon episode that I have been waiting to show and like had planned for I don't know, a long ass time, like longer than a year by quite a bit. I would give you a specific date, but honestly, it's impossible to pinpoint. Yeah, this is pretty shoddy, but I think they are all, every connection is soldered. Except for that one. You see what I mean? Like, I'm feeding it solder, but it's just building up on the tip instead of going... Like, I'm putting the solder on where I want it to go, and then I'm putting the iron on that solder, and then when it melts, it's joining the solder, rather than... So it's just building up this big blob. Until suddenly it's big blob. That's right, it wasn't as big a blob as it could have been. You just realized the first episode of Pokemon series came out 2 years ago. Time flies. Yeah. I mean, maybe 2.5. I think it was uploaded in February. I think I remember that. Were you here for the first episode, Derek T, or did you come after? I recognize you from comments, but I don't remember specifically when and on what. But I know you have commented on videos before. Quite a few times. Okay, that'll have to do. Not super ideal, and I don't like the way that solder just covered up an unused hole that we're probably going to have to feed one of the wires through later. Can I do anything about that? Not really. We might just have to cross that bridge when we come to it on that hole. That's unfortunate. Now, I think we just need to figure out Fallout Boy. I mean, this is still not quite... This is a real problem one. Let me see if I just come in with the soldering iron on top here. Can I get this to like fall through? Oh, nice, I'm dragging it out. That's good. I think that's better than crossing that bridge when we come to it, because, like, I'd rather not have to turn on the soldering iron and then deal with a problem that is obviously going to be a problem later. I'd rather deal with it right now. I'm kind of dealing with it, but I'd like to be super obviously really dealing with it. I know it's kind of out of frame for you right now, but sorry, it's just I want to deal with this rather than adjust the camera, because this is just a problem. What can I do here? Because I melt it, but then it just stays where it is. And I'm trying to, like, fish it out slowly with the iron. It might actually be we deal with it when we will cross that bridge when we come to it. And just what we'll have to do is, like, put the soldering iron there to turn it liquid, and then whatever wire's supposed to go through it, we just stuff it through. You think you started watching around the first few episodes of the Darkest Dungeon series? And you saw a message about it on the Darkest Dungeon Discord. Oh yeah, and you've been around ages. Which I think is right, because I quite recognize your name. Yeah, more videos to come soon, hopefully. I have a billion of, like, awesome videos that I have a lot done for it, or a lot planned for. But it's just right now I don't have a lot of time for. But hopefully that's going to be changing lickety-split. Okay, let's put Fallout Boy in place. Balance it on Fallout Boy. Okay, now hopefully we can solder Fallout Boy. You can't wait? Me neither, and I'm mad that I have to. Because I have so much written down for so many of these videos. It's just like, dude, I wish I could freeze time, you know? I wish I could freeze time and just work on them and then unfreeze time and get back to all the other stuff I have to do. Okay, it fell because Fallout Boy was finally secured. As I put in the final Fallout Boy solder, the Fallout Boy properties transferred to the rest of the circuit board. I think that's all done. Yeah, not the cleanest of work, but I mean it should be functional. Yeah, I think that's good. Everything's going to be held in place. Cool. I know the next step, hold on, maybe I shouldn't turn it off yet. Because now we're sliding it in. Yep. Okay, so let's read this. Slide the board with the tube into position so that the tube's centered below the viewing window in the case. Yeah, we know where that is, and it's up towards the 4 at the top. The actual holder for the circuit board is the variable capacitor, whose connections must be precisely aligned. Next, solder the variable capacitor to the board. It has more connections than needed. Use the side with 5 connections. The middle terminals are connected to the axis. The middle terminals are connected to the axis and provide the common connection for all parts of the variable capacitor. The middle terminals. And there are trim capacitors that have their own terminals on the AM side, which is the side we're using. Okay, so let's You know what, let's turn off the solder just for a sec while we figure this out. It doesn't take long to heat up, so it's fine that we'll have to wait for it to heat up again. So this goes with the tube facing upwards here. This is still very hot, and I don't want to forget that, so I'm going to say it out loud to make it even more obvious to myself. How am I supposed to... I might need to unscrew this from its place and then put it back in after, because I don't know how I'm going to slide this in any other way. Yeah, it doesn't even fit that way. I definitely have to unscrew it. Okay. Is this cool? Not quite. More cool. Be aware it's going to have a sudden launch. Okay. I think that's good. Let me unscrew this with the tiny screwdriver. You think, Nuthouse, you think you picked up watching my stuff around the start of the Buckwheat Racing videos, but you fell in love with the Batman videos. And you watched the Potionomics stream. Yeah, there's going to be more Potionomics streams. I think there's been 7 of them. And I want to do more, but I want to do more all in a row rather than like spread out by ages. The start of my Buckwheat Racing videos, that was, the Darkest Dungeon series was still active. The first Buckwheat Racing video was quite early. I think it was like my 3rd non-Darkest Dungeon video that is currently public. I think it was Monster Hunter, Immortal Redneck, Buckwheat Racing, Dishonored 2 for videos, other than Darkest Dungeon. Okay, slide this in here. Yeah, that was not happening while that was in place, for sure. So that's in place now. And then with the 5 pins facing... Well, let me put the 5 pins in, and then we'll figure it out. So what do they say? So it's when it's like this, those 3, it looks like, go across the top 3. And where do the bottom 2 go? The Arkham game series is still potentially your favorite, but you're fairly nostalgic for those games, so you're a little biased. I loved my Batman videos. I cannot wait for Arkham Knight, guys. I have so many notes for Arkham Knight. I have so many notes already. I have like a really long, like, proto script already. But I can't start that video right now because it's going to be so huge. It's going to, when it releases, I almost can guarantee it will be the longest video on my channel. And I have so many other things that are also big projects I'm working on right now. But I love the Batman series. I love Dr. Justice. I love the variable carrot. I really like the characters in the Batman series. It's just it's a really fun world. It's a really fun setting. And I think a lot of the jokes really shine in it. Yeah, so the top 3 connections go into those 3 holes. But what about the bottom 2? You're honestly sad that each of the videos encompasses each of the games, so once we're out of games, we're out? Yeah, the Arkham Knight video will be the last one. I don't think I'm going to make a video on Arkham Shadow ever. And if they make more Batman VR games, you know, everything does kind of need an endpoint. Like the Buckwheat Racing series, I have an endpoint in mind. And there are games made by Frogwares, which are the people who made those Sherlock Holmes games I used for it. that I'm not going to be using. And I checked out when I was making the Birthday Massacre. I took a look at some of those other games. So basically, my point is, even game franchises where I could theoretically get more footage from them and make more videos on them, I think sometimes they have an endpoint regardless. So the Arkham Knight video will be the last video, and there probably won't be one on Arkham Shadow, and any more than that. Would an immortal life need an endpoint? So the thing is, Jonathan, I was kind of thinking when I was saying that, I wonder if anyone's going to bring that up, but I won't bother commenting it ahead of time. Things need to end, given that they will end anyway. Let's say it that way. So given that there will eventually be a final Batman video, I want it to be intentional. Given that there will be a final Buckwheat Grayson video, I want it to be intentional. I don't want it to be like, hey, I ran it until there was nothing more to do. Given that I will eventually die, I need to spend my time wisely. And I need to, anytime you choose to do one thing, you're choosing to not do 100 other things with that time. I'm really interested in circuitry, and this kind of thing is fun, but I'm not going to spend like a 10-year course working on it because there are other things I value more. If I was immortal, things would be different, and I could learn everything. Okay? Given that things will end, you need to accept that everything ends. And make sure you stick the landing. But if there was something that didn't end, that would be cool. It's just in terms of this show will never end basically means it will end, but it'll end in like 80 years after everyone's sick of it. Like The Simpsons is gonna end at some point. Family Guy is gonna end at some point. Not to jump scare any of you, but those shows are gonna end. Okay, so let me just maybe the instructions aren't useful here and I just need to compare it to the circuit board. So those three obviously go in there. I don't see anywhere for the bottom two to go, but it definitely mentions something about them, and I don't see it in the picture, them connecting anywhere. Next, solder the variable capacitor of the board. It has more connections than needed, yep. The middle terminals are connected to the axis. Is this talking about something else? There's no other real components other than simple wires. But it says 265 PF. 265 PF. Large plate packs. I don't know what that means. This is like the last step of assembly pretty much. Use the AM side with a total of 5 connections, while leaving the side with 4 connections free. Yep. The middle terminals are connected to the axis. Well, you can't just introduce new words like this, dude. The middle terminals are connected to the axis? What is that? Okay, well, I can see that I can definitely see that these top three go into these three holes along here. So I could just put those in now. Additionally, there are trim capacitors that have their own terminals on the AM side. So this is the AM side. Something that has its own terminals. It kind of looks to me like it's just those top three connections and then a lot of words about nothing, but I feel like that's a dangerous assumption to make. I might make it though. I might be the one who makes that assumption. I'll fold the other two out to the side so that they're easily accessible once the top three are folded down into place. Let me kind of put these back like prehensile so that I can slot them in easily. That one's in. That one's in. And that one's covered by solder, but can you break through? No. Turn on the soldering iron. Hold it in my hand. Don't duck under the table while it's plugged. And, you know, be careful with it. Okay. So I need to just solder this slightly and then push this pin through. Just liquefy the solder. It's heating up. Shouldn't take long. It's taking a while. There we go. That's liquid. Now very quickly shove that through, please. Hardened again. Okay, sorry, worrying about keeping this in frame while I do it, I think is, it's too tight of a window. I just need to put it where it's easiest for me to see and do, and then I can, done. Cool. So let's see. The middle terminals are connected to the axis. Yeah, whatever. The rotary capacitor also acts as the mounting point for the circuit board. The long connection should be adjusted carefully. That might be outdated because, again, they're talking about the rotary capacitor and the variable capacitor separately when it's one piece. And that was a problem early in the instructions that made us think these instructions are for a different model. And they just didn't update them because this model was close enough. Only then should the shorter terminals be soldered to the long terminals. This further fixes the position of the board. The double terminals are on the one hand necessary for the correct function of the rotary capacitor, and on the other hand ensure greater rigidity of the board mounting. So it sounds like they're talking about soldering the board in place by putting it against other things. I mean, it'll be in place when this is screwed in from the other side. Quick internet check, make sure it's all good. Yep, we are gaming. Quick experience check. Nuthouse, you're up to 225. Jonathan, 225. Look at you guys leveling up with YouTube's new innovative system. But I don't know what they're talking about. I think, honestly, I don't like doing this. I don't like just ignoring instructions, but I think we kind of have to. Because what else is there? Like, I'm looking at the pictures. We're not actually missing anything. They're talking about soldering it to all these different things that just don't exist in the pictures and don't exist in the supplies they've provided. So I'm just going to solder this variable rotary capacitor in place, and that's going to have to be the end of it. Let me actually, I'm going to turn off the soldering iron again, and we are going to screw this into place to make sure that when we solder it, it doesn't, you know, it's not like impossible to then screw in place. But let's wait for the soldering iron to cool down. In the meantime, should I give like some kind of... I could talk a little bit about the next Pokemon episode, not in a spoilery way, but in a some kind of information way. What's something I could say that isn't a spoiler? Well, you guys saw in the last episode, like the last thing you saw is Aiden collapse from his head injury. So obviously that's a pretty relevant part of the episode. I would actually say it's like the entire driving force behind everything in this next episode. I guess I won't say much more than that. Except to say that one of the reasons I might not be able to get it done this month, it's not just that it's really animation heavy and that, you know, they're always quite large projects, and also that I'm like really busy with a bunch of miscellaneous stuff. It's also that this episode is going to require a lot of custom sprites for me to make. A lot of them. And I'm looking forward to it because that is fun. But it's going to be a lot of them. Nice. Secured. Talion. Talion. We must secure the Palantir. Talion. Talion. Is he going to get amnesia or anything? I'll tell you this much, no. His memory is perfectly intact. Turning the soldering iron on. Let me hold it in my hand. I think you can do fun things with characters that have amnesia, and I have before in other videos. But I think in a thing like this Pokemon series, I feel like it would be more of like a step away from story progression rather than anything. There will be consequences for his head injury, but it's not amnesia, and it's not anything that... The consequences all move the story forward. Let's say that. And he is not like in any way a different person. He's not... His personality is the same. His memory is intact. It's nothing like that. Okay, those are all soldered. Not perfectly, but well enough. And now we need a... Well, let me just read this, but then it looks like we're just soldering in the custom cables we made, and then that's going to be it. Mount position of the board. That picture looks completely correct. Obviously ours is upside down relative to that, but I mean, here you go. We have everything. Next, solder in the corresponding cables. The correct wire lengths are shown in the wiring diagram below. You can put the tinned wire ends through holes from either side of the circuit board and solder them like the other components. So I guess that's why we tinned them, is so that we don't need to put solder on. No, we probably need to put solder on still. The black wire of the battery compartment must be soldered to the connection bat 6 volt. Okay, well, we'll read that in a second. First, let's just do some of the basic wires. Actually, let's do that one first. Let's do the 9 volt. Well, it says of the battery compartment, so no, sorry, it's 6 volt, because these are double A's, so they're all 1.5 volts. It adds up to 6. The black wire must be soldered to bat 6V. Yep, I see it. Bat minus 6V, because there's a plus as well. The red wire leads to the volume control switch. The volume control switch. Oh, that's I see. That's not on the circuit board. Okay, let's just start connecting some of this. So because it's going to get more complex the more we look at it. The black wire goes to bat dash 6V, which is the leftmost hole right there, and that's the black wire. Yes. That goes in there. Let me just bend it a little so that I can get a look at it while we solder. I'm not happy with that being floppy. Let's lean it on the magical music box from yesterday's stream. Nice and soldered. Variable components and bat volts sounds familiar. Oh, sorry, Derek. I didn't see a message. I don't know how long ago that is. Generally speaking, speaking of story progression, how far through do you generally think it is? That's hard for me to know, because I don't actually know how much of the game is left. I think there's 2 gym leaders left, and then there's like the Elite Four, and then there's a boss fight after that, because I did look at the rough layout of the story before starting. But I know what story beats I want to cover in that time, so if I feel like the gameplay doesn't offer enough time, I might, invent some time, shall we say, in the series to cover the beats I want to cover. Yeah, I would say we're more than halfway for sure, but it might be like 55%, or it might be like 70%. I'm not sure, but it's something like that for Pokemon. And you have to ask, because you've been curious for a while. Hello. How far in advance do I record gameplay before writing the story? Because if it's immediately after, choosing Clay as the Lone Shark was super lucky if you hadn't known he'd reappear. So it's I'll talk about this as I'm soldering. So actually, let me just look at some of the connections I need to do, and then. So on the circuit board, these wires from those go to those 4. Okay, and the 9cm wires over here. And you know what, let me. You know what? I'm gonna turn off the soldering iron again, and just put these wires in place and bend them correctly, and then we'll solder once at least a few are in. Maybe not when all of them are in. Maybe we won't wait that long. But at least when a few of them are in. So for the Darkest Dungeon series, I had like the entire thing. Sorry, also, this probably matters. Is it just all straight lines? It looks like it's all straight lines, okay. I had the entire thing recorded before I made episode 1, pretty much. Episode 8, it's actually funny. So I did a bunch of footage. I know you're talking about the Pokemon series, and I'm going to get to that. But the last episode... So I recorded a bunch of footage for the Darkest Dungeon series early, because I was like, hey, look, if something goes wrong here, I want, I want to be able to be like, oh, hey, I'm like 25 hours into this, and this run is like dead. And I haven't uploaded like an episode already. Because that would suck. If I was like, yeah, a full episode's been released, people have seen it, and now I'm going to record episode 2, and the run is dead, and, what do I do now? So I recorded a lot of footage, and then I ended up recording, I think, everything up to the first of the 4 Darkest Dungeon ventures, before even starting work on episode 1 properly. I mean, I was taking notes the whole time, and writing a lot of the scenes the whole time, but like starting work on actual, voice acting, animating, all of that. And then, in my head, I was like, oh yeah, now I'm going to continue this at some point soon. I'm going to go get more gameplay after like a couple episodes. And then I kept putting that off. And so I ended up recording, I think, the entirety of episode 8 after episode 7 was made. I think. That might not be exactly right. There might be a bit of a difference there. Episode 8 being the last episode. And obviously the Butcher's Circus stuff was more immediately in the Butcher's Circus interlude, chapter 5.5. That was obviously more immediate as to the video making as well. For the Pokemon series, it has been different, and I've pretty much been recording the gameplay for each episode with each episode. With some exceptions, sometimes there's some overlap of like where the episode ends, I have like an hour after that still recorded or something. Because I don't choose where to end the episode based on how long the gameplay session was. I choose based on where a good stopping point for the episode is. I'm just going to go down on these instead of trying to come up. It's going to make maybe for a less neat solder, but that's fine. However, with the Pokemon series, so I am recording the game... No, I need to come up from the bottom. It's kind of the only way to do it, really. Even though it's annoying and tricky. However, I have been... Oh, nice. I have been, I'm not completely blind in the series, and I also... I have a lot written... Oh, it slipped out. Of course it did. I have a lot written already. So I'm not, coming up with each episode. It's kind of the opposite of the Darkest Dungeon series in that way. So I'm recording each episode as it's happening, but I also already know what's going to happen kind of regardless of what the gameplay gives me. And then also I do have some idea of the major plot points of the game and what happens. So I don't know the minor things of what, the nuance of what specific characters will do and when they'll show up again and all that. But I do know, the major plot beats and the major visuals that the game will provide. But it's largely about... I have specific plans ready, and, let me bend what the game provides me to fit them, rather than... let me figure out what I can do based on what the game provides me. I mean, that's not entirely true, because obviously things... things like, I don't know, Skylar, the gym leader, being on, the roof, and there's a bell, and, the gameplay actually... maybe what I was just saying was kind of misleading. Because the gameplay absolutely does, have an impact on the story. So maybe disregard what I was just saying, give me a second to reformat and think of a better way to answer that question. because what I was saying wasn't completely untruthful, but I think as a listener, like as the person saying it, I understood my meaning, but I think any listener would take a different meaning because it was poorly explained. So with with the example of Clay, I knew that Aiden had debt to a mob boss from like episode 1. I did not know that that mob boss would be Clay until I ran into Clay. But then in that episode, in his first episode, he appears 3 times. He appears in the he appears in the cold storage. He appears on the bridge with Sharon, and there's that conversation. Then he's in the cold storage with Team Plasma, and then he's outside of his gym arguing with Getsis. And then later on in the next episode, there's the actual gym battle with him. But even in the episode he was in, he had multiple appearances, so I knew he needed to be more important than, like, I don't know, like the gym leader Lenora, who only really shows up for, like, she also shows up for a couple of scenes, but they're less important because, like, Getsis and Team Plasma aren't there. Well, Team Plasma is there for some of them. But they're shorter and they're less important, and I guess I also kind of made them less important. Like, I could have chosen to make them more, but, I didn't. The fact that Clay continues to show up was fortunate, yes, and I made the best use of that I could, but if he didn't, I wasn't really in trouble, let's say, because I could have very easily, and this is what I was expecting to have to do, and then Clay showed up more times, and so I didn't need to. I mean, we've been seeing Clay's debt collectors the whole time, so I was thinking I was going to have him, like, deliver messages to Aiden through a messenger. And so oh god, as like a debt collector walks up to Aiden, and it's like, hey, the boss has a message for you. He says, you know? But then, when there are scenes with Clay, he can just deliver those messages himself. So I wasn't in trouble no matter what happened, but given what happened, I was able to use it to my advantage, And then there are other examples of stuff like that, like Bianca's dad. He doesn't actually need to be in the scene when they eventually discuss what's going on with him. That can just be Bianca, Sharon, and Aiden, or, any combination of those 3 talking about her dad. He doesn't need to show up again. They can discuss it with each other. So I think that's kind of a big part of it, is like creatively problem solving in some ways. And that's something I'm really good at. You probably don't see it just watching my videos, but almost all of my videos have quite a lot of creative problem solving behind the scripting process. Because, you'll quite often watch, or like, some of my friends who watch my videos will mention, like, oh, it was lucky that the game provided that, because that's like a perfect fit to the story. And they're wrong, because it's not lucky that the game provided something that was a perfect fit to the story. It's that I made a story that was a perfect fit to what the game provided. And it was just such a good fit that it looks like it was... Oh, that must have been the other way around, right? Surely, I don't know, I'm trying to think of an example. It's hard because I'm also being frustrated by the soldering. Like in the Batman videos, for example, there are a lot of examples of like, oh, that's perfect that it just happened to work out that way. And it's like, no, with the knowledge that that visual existed, I built the story so that I could do something with that, And it's kind of the same with the Pokemon series. A lot of the things that are like, oh, that's lucky that it worked out that way, it's actually like quite intentional from me, And then even in the cases where luck is involved, like Clay showing up again in that cave, for every one case where the game kind of gives me a freebie like that, there's 10 other cases where the game gave me absolutely nothing to work with, but you would never realize that because I made it work anyway. So I hope that kind of answers it. And I know it always sounds like ego fluffing when I talk about my video process, but like whatever. I'm happy with my video process. I think it's a damn good process. We're leaning on the microphone because it's the only thing tall enough to do it. Like, yeah, I think I'm good at making videos, so it's hard to talk about my videos without sounding like I'm just talking myself up and complimenting myself a bunch. But I think they're good videos, and so, like, you know, what am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to pretend they're not? Someone might think they're not, and that's fine, but I think they are, and I'm not going to pretend they're not for the sake of, like, appearing humble or something. And I'm very proud of the process, personally, because it is a heck of a lot of effort. Oops. I'm just refilling the water on this sponge. So yeah, and then also a lot of, like, you know, I mean, here's a good example. I need Sharon, Bianca, and Aiden to have a meeting to discuss some things. So I'm going to entirely fabricate the three of them meeting in the park and having a conversation. That's completely made up. There's nothing that actually happened there in the game. So when I need to make something, I can just make it, you know? You've noticed that kind of thing in videos where you're very familiar with the game and you really like seeing how I use parts of it, like the Arkham games or Halo? Thank you. That's always one of my favorite things, is like the idea of someone who knows the game and it's like, wait, this is not even close, you know? Halo the Ghost is pretty close to actual Halo. Halo 2 will not be, but Halo the Ghost is pretty close to Combat Evolved story. But like, I mean, Arkham Origins versus Hunted Crime Fighter, actually nothing in common. The only thing those two stories have in common is that a character named Bane shoots a rocket at somewhat a villain on the roof, and then Batman jumps after them. That's it. Story for story, there's nothing there. If you look at like Mega Man Legends, those videos, there's nothing. But yeah. Absolutely loved that explanation. I'm glad, Jonathan. Because I always worry about going on too long or sounding egotistical when I talk about this kind of stuff. Okay, so those are the 9cm wires. The 8cm. Okay, well let's do these 3 6cm ones. So P1, 2, 3. And where do they go out to? Oh, they go out to this? I think. Yeah. Okay, so the 6cm ones are... Oh, where? You're always curious for the flip side of that, for when you know nothing about the actual game. I think that's the other fun thing, is it's not just people who know the game and are like, this is nothing like what's actually happened. I think it's also people who watch a Chimmaney video first and then go play the game and are like, oh, this is unrecognizable, you know? Like, if someone goes to play Mega Man Legends or Mega Man Legends 2 after watching my video on it, they're going in blind. They're not going into that game with any knowledge about it at all. Gameplay or story. And there's nothing. I need my measuring tape to make sure I'm using the right wires here. this is, yeah, this is 6. Cool. God, I want to get onto making more of these videos already, dude. When it starts, I'm hoping it's like a flood, you know? You've taken a fair amount of recommendations from my channel because of that, but you never really end up spoiled. But you can see a bit of the game. Yeah, you can see like I don't know, in like Mega Man Legends there might be like a clip of me shooting something. And so you're like, oh, you shoot enemies in this game. Okay, so this goes, the 6 centimeter ones go from here, these 3, into P123, which is up here. Okay, got it. I think it would be a bit difficult to do now because there are actually quite a lot of videos. But I used to joke just like mentally to myself about like gamers going on the Chimmaney Trail, which is like the Oregon Trail but for gamers. And that's just like playing at least an hour of every single game that has appeared on the Chimmaney channel in order. And now that I think that's like unreasonable now because there's too many. I don't know, it could be fun to like you go through, yeah, I say at least an hour so that if you like this game sucks, I hate it, you can just move on. But you know, you have to like at least experience a little bit of each of them. In regards to sounding egotistical, you get it. You feel like it's too easy for people to stroke their ego. It's oh damn, that slipped out. I think it's just like, to be honest, I think, and you know, maybe this is egotistical too. I think people who hear the things I'm saying there, and it looks like maybe your next message is saying the same thing here. Also, this might be a bit too short. I think it is. I think past a certain point, people who hear that kind of thing and think it's egotistical, it's like their fault, you know? Oh, you know, this won't be too short if I just put it in from the other side. And it's just like, hey, look, you need to like understand, like to a degree, that sounds egotistical to you because you don't treat yourself nicely enough, you know? And it's like, hey, listen, there's a difference between being egotistical and being proud of your work and thinking you did a good job. And if you are proud of your work and think you did a good job, saying that, there's nothing wrong with saying that, you know? So I do think if someone heard it and thought it was egotistical, it might be like a sign of, you know, maybe this person needs to be kinder to themselves, and then they'll start to realize it's kind of more normal and healthy to think about yourself in the way I was talking. But I still, you know, even though it would, that's why I say it, right? Like if I was worried about coming across as egotistical because I thought what I was saying was egotistical, then I would change what I was saying. But when I'm worried that someone might mistakenly think this is egotistical when they hear it, then it's more like, I'm going to apologize and be like, hey, look, I'm not trying to be egotistical, but I'm still going to say it because I think there's not anything actually bad about saying it. You know what I mean? This is I think this is not long enough. It's just barely not long enough. Maybe if I pull more out from here. And your message, your second one, was at some point you want to deal with people confident with themselves regardless of whether they sound egotistical or not. Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying, yeah. Where it's like, I think anyone who heard something like what I was just saying and thought egotistical, it's something for them to deal with rather than something for me to deal with. But I still just want to acknowledge it because I guess it also helps keep me in check, because I think everything I said there was reasonable. But I guess if I keep in mind, hey, it's possible to be egotistical, then hopefully when I actually say something that is egotistical, I can catch myself and be like, no, actually, that's not right. You know, oh, I just said I'm like the greatest in the world at everything I've ever tried? Maybe I should reel that in a bit. I definitely should have cut like an extra full centimeter on each of these wires when we were cutting them. But I'm making it work. Kind of. But yeah, with most videos, there's like a huge amount of, and you wouldn't see this and you probably wouldn't even know it happened from watching the videos, but there is a very large amount of, this does not work at all. Let me sit down and figure out like a really creative way to change things around to make it work. An example I've given on stream before, which is lucky because it means it's in my head as an example, which is always easier than trying to pull one out of nowhere. Atlantis Must Drown, my Bioshock 2 video. It had a lot of problems with it. I wasn't happy with parts of the story. I've talked about this at length before, so I'll be brief here. But basically, like, I didn't think it made sense for them to be killing the Atlanteans that were working for Herpetoshelps, the villain. I didn't like that. I wanted some way for them to either not be killing them or for them to not be dead. And like the invention of time travel in a bottle kind of solved a lot of those problems, as well as introducing a concept I think is just cool, personally. But like that's something that I just had to brainstorm and come up with. You watch the video and it's just like, okay, time travel in a bottle. But like that doesn't exist. That's entirely made up. And it's made up to solve the problem of I don't want the people working for Herpetoshelps to be permadead. So I'll introduce this thing, which is like, hey, it gives them one dose and they can be revived. And then it only works once, because then there's the problem of I want Mr. Deviation to die at the end of the video. Spoilers. But he also has to use time travel in a bottle once, and also he has to get it to introduce the concept. So, like, why can't he just be revived? Well, maybe he can't be revived because now they've left Atlantis, they can't use time travel in a bottle anymore. Well, no, that's kind of a bit arbitrary and crap, honestly. Maybe it's because I came up with a bunch of different reasons, and it took time to get to the idea that ended up being the final idea. And most of my videos have something like that. I think I remember the Bioshock 2 one especially, because first of all, I talked about it on stream pretty soon after it happened, so it was fresh in my mind, and then once I've talked about it on stream, it's much easier to remember specifics. But then I think it's also because it was the first and so far the only time that I did that problem solving out loud. Instead of just thinking in my own head, I actually turned on my microphone and just spoke out loud for like... I have the audio file on my computer. I can get it in a second, actually. Of me just talking out loud to try to solve some of the problems. Those are the 6 centimeters done. The 4 centimeters... go from this side of the board. Guys, you know this is a German one, and they called the speaker a loudspeaker before, or should I say a Lautsprecher? That's loudspeaker in German, I guess. Lautsprecher. Oh yeah, do you want to... Hey guys, could you turn on the loudspeaker? Oh, sorry, could you guys turn on the loudspeaker? Okay, and the positive side goes into the side facing towards me. Oh no, on the right. Facing towards the vacuum. Oh no, sorry, no, I was right. Positive to the one closest to me. And it's LS plus, LS minus. There's LS plus, and LS minus is way over there. Okay. Well, let me settle this. That is still on. I haven't turned it off. Maybe I should. Maybe this is the true example of ego, is thinking I'm invincible with that thing now. But I'm just gonna do this quickly and then pick it up again. It's a tight fit, so I need to like have it small. German's such a great language to hear when you know none of it. I mean, English, German is like one of the biggest influences on English, isn't it? So that can make some of the words sound quite funny when you only know English and not German, because you know, Lautsprecher, like those, both of those words, loud and speaker. I wouldn't be surprised if the German version came first, you know, and the English version was based on the German one, but it still sounds funny because. Okay, this is gonna be tricky. I think I have to go like this. Hold the solder and the wire together in one hand. Get this in my other. And then just attach it here. And wait for it to harden. Cool. And now put that through LS plus. There we go. That solved the length issues. Sorry, I know it's out of frame again, but it's just I don't want to be risking too much on like overextending the cable of this soldering iron. Okay, that's in, and then the other four. Well, I guess let's do the minus. We'll do the same way. Hold some of this. So it seems like it. Not sure what you mean there, Derek. Might be stream delay making me miss it. Also might be you hitting enter too early and you're about to say, so it seems like it, and it just hit enter. Okay, let me just fully wrap this with solder. That works. Oh yeah, I'm right. About you hitting enter too early? So it seems like it does just directly come from German. The word loudspeaker. Did they invent loudspeakers? I imagine loud and speaker came from German. But did loudspeaker come from German? Oh, this is going to be a tricky goddamn connection because there's a thing in the way. The board the speaker's mounted to, that little thick piece of plastic cardboard, is blocking the way of the wire getting up through there. Hold on. Guys, it's impossible to pinpoint this right now. Okay, I need to... When I was tinning it, I think I made it too thick by accident. Get that wire up through there. Again, sorry for being quieter during this section, but it's just, you know, during hot soldering iron parts, I do want to take it seriously. Okay, what if I come from the top? Is that possible? Kind of. I think it's easier to come from the bottom though, because even if I get it from the top, it'll be hard to... There we go. Guys, that was nearly impossible to pinpoint, but damn, managed to do it. Let me just bend it quick as well. Easy. I need to use the microphone again. And I'm going to shift the light a little so that I can actually see what I'm doing. 6 hours, wow! This has been much more complex than I was anticipating. But I mean, if you look at just the non-soldering sections, pretty funny, I think. Pretty good stream, I think. Nice, that's connected. Turning it off at the wall. Good. Plugging it in, keeping in mind it's still hot even though it's off at the wall. Okay, so there's the 4. What about the... so what do we got left? We got the 6s are done, the 4s are done, the 8s are done, it's just the 9s, right? And the 9s... Oh no, sorry, we did the 9s, it's just the 8s. One of the 8s is weird. It goes to the Schalter at the top, and then the other 3 go down here. It goes to the battery plus. What? Hold on, let me Google translate Schalter real quick. Switch. Okay, German for switch, Schalter. That doesn't really help me. Let me do the other 8 centimeters in the meantime. So they're going from those 3 pins to P4, 5, and 6, which are there. Oh, that's tricky. Yeah, that's tricky. Let me move these out of the way as much as I can, which is apparently not much. It's okay, that one's in, and it looks like with room to spare, good, so I can just put them in and then bend at the bottom, and it'll be okay. And then I can worry about exact positioning after that. I wish they hadn't told me to goddamn tin the ends of these wires. It's caused so many problems by like having these thick bulbs on some of them. Who was it for? Who was tinning the wires for? Who does it help? Yeah, okay, that one's literally too bulbous. And look, it's not even that bulbous, but it's too bulbous on that top wire. Obviously the bottom one's bulbous. I'm gonna have to switch to a different wire. Good. If you were gonna tell me that that one was too bulbous, I was gonna have to call out your exclusionary practices, because there's no way that one's too bulbous. Now, do me a kindness, you 3, and all of you be long enough to connect with no issues. Thank you greatly. Cool. Is it on? It's off. Turn it on with my toe. I wonder what Walt Disney's up to. Do you think he's just in like the basement going like, damn, I really hit it out of the park with Mickey Mouse. Nobody does it like I do. Do you think he gets visitors from the new Disney CEOs? And they like talk about the new Disney projects, and all he's thinking is like, not Mickey Mouse though, is it? Frozen, yeah, been a very successful series. Elsa made like a bunch of collaborations with Spider-Man. Not Mickey Mouse though, is it? Mickey Mouse has officially entered the public domain under his Steamboat Willie appearance. Crap. Okay, 1 wire left to go. The last 8 centimeter wire, and then we're done soldering for good. Maybe not, because we actually need to connect the battery stuff, but pretty much. Let me just figure out where the hell it goes. So one end goes into battery plus 6 volt. So I see it's the 6 volt one. Am I just supposed to connect it to this? Well, whatever. Let's put it in the 6 volt and figure out the rest after. It goes away. Okay. So I'll do it from the bottom, not the top. Plus 6 volt? Plus 6 volt. Oh no, it's to the shunter, but then the shunter connects to the plus 6 volt. The switch is, because they said the volume knob served as a power on and off. Hold on, let's read the text. The red wire leads to the volume control switch of the battery compartment. The 9 volt battery clip is connected directly to the PCB. 2 short wires to the loudspeaker, which is what we have, can be replaced by hard wire to give the board additional stability. No, that's fine. Okay. So this is the correct wiring. We're looking all good on what we've done so far. But this board, the black wire is connected as promised, and the red wire, it looks like the red wire just goes in. Is this outdated again? So look, this is the 6 volt container. This right here. This, right? Give me your thoughts on this, guys. So that's the 6 volt container. And then it says the 6 volt leads into the negative side with its black wire, which we've done. And then does that not look like it's saying use one of the last 8 centimeter wire that we cut and tinned. Connects to the switch, which goes into the plus side of the 6 volt battery. But we don't have a switch. We don't have anything, really. We only really have this. If you're wondering what this is just the optional thing that we didn't use because we just put it into the main body. That's nothing anymore. So it's really just this. That's it. I think I'm just going to connect the 6 volt red wire that's inbuilt into the 6 volt plus, rather than connect this into the plus and then into the shunter, which I don't even know what that could be. What could be the switch? I think that's just, again, this being like for a previous model information. I mean, why would they have a red wire in the battery tray if it wasn't supposed to go into the other 6 volt battery thing, right? And complete the circuit. That is my assumption, and that's what we're going to be doing. I was not given a shunter. I do not have a switch. I was told the volume control was the on and off switch. I'm not interested in hearing your tall tales. Am I crazy, by the way? Like, even when they were coming out, and there was no, because obviously it's fun and popular to dislike popular things, right? uh, and so, like, it's cool to think Frozen's not that good. But I remember when it came out, I was just like, Tangled is better. I remember watching Tangled, I was like, that's a great movie. And I watched Frozen, I was just like, they tried to do Tangled again, and it wasn't as good. I never saw Frozen 2, but I don't know, am I crazy for that? I was never a big Frozen person. I feel like Let It Go is the only good song in Frozen. I remember watching it with my family and being like, Let It Go? Oh, that's a good song. And then there was no other good songs in the whole movie. They were just trying to do Tangled again. And they failed, but they massively succeeded because it's like the most popular movie they've ever made or something. Okay, and then the 9-volt just connects positive and negative, and I'm going to assume it's again black negative, red positive. Nice. 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 It could also just be that they're both, like, for young people, and I was younger when Tangled came out, and then older when Frozen came out, and so, like, I was no longer the target audience. But I feel like I was in the appropriate, like, you can enjoy these with no difficulty age for both of them. I wasn't like 5 or anything for either of them. I think I was at least, I don't know what year Tangled came out. I could have been like 15 or something. I don't know. But I was in the age range. Okay. So hold on. The black wire of the battery compartment goes to B6. The red wire leads to the volume control switch. But that's, like, surely made up. You think good music's good music no matter the age? I'm just talking about the movies now. Because I didn't really enjoy Frozen when I saw it either. I just thought it was fine. So it does look like they want me to... Okay, sorry. I'm making an amendment. I am taking the 6-volt red wire out. They poorly communicated this idea, but I think I finally got what they were going for. They want this one connected up here, and then the 8-centimeter one going from there to there. You do think Tangled is a better movie, but Frozen was kind of right place, right time? Was it, I don't really remember the circumstances around Frozen. All I remember is I saw Frozen once. I only saw it once on release. And that's the only time I've seen it. And it was with my family at the drive-in. And I was, like, not particularly impressed. And that's... I haven't seen it since. So maybe... I don't know, maybe it was just like there was a problem with the drive-in that day. Okay, I'm gonna be quiet for a little bit while I just, final fiddliness. Just like that famous game, Final Fantasy. While I get this good and sorted. Because this is really annoying. This box design, like, you can't make it so that I can lay this flat and just work from that. Are you serious? Like, I guess I can kind of come close, and I'm doing that now, but coming close is very different from making it actually work. And then this goes into the positive, which is there, and is currently covered in solder. Oh, please don't tell me you're just barely not long enough. Okay, you'll be fine if I change the bend on this a little. In fact, okay, let me just do this side first. Nice, that's in. And now, good, here it comes, last connection. Good. We've connected it to the shelter. Turn it off at the wall. Yeah. Okay. Wiring is done for real. Now connect the circuit board to the antenna sockets. Antenna? Oh, that's just describing all these. I assume these are the antenna sockets. The loudspeaker, the Lautsprecher, the feedback control, sure. Yep. It's completely built up and can be tested. If you wish, you can write your name and the build date on the circuit diagram on the last page of the instruction booklet. Oh, that's cute. I can imagine you doing this with, like, one of your children. Except I'm doing it on my own and I'm not a child. And it's given me some difficulty. But it's translated. Come on, give me a break. As with old tube radios, even after many decades, repairs are still possible because the circuit diagram can always be found in the radio. Prepare the ground connection and the wire. You know what? I'll write my name. Where's a pen? Let's do this. Chimmaney, the 7th of the 7th, 2025. And we'll slot that in the box when it's done. You mean I got you guys? Yeah, like you guys are my child? Have you learned something today, guys? Do you feel like you've learned something? Do you know like something about soldering you didn't know before, maybe? Lautsprecher, you learned some German? You've learned something today. Prepare the ground connection and the wire antenna. That's nothing. Screw on the 4mm plugs, already did that. Okay, they're talking crazy here. Listen to this. There should be about 1 meter left of your wire strand. Divide the section in half and screw on the 4mm plugs. There's these screws. The ground wire, red plug, wait, maybe it's this, should be stripped at the end over a length of a few centimeters. This will allow you to make a conductive connection to an earth terminal. For example, use a water pipe or the heater as the earth conductor. So, I guess now we're not doing that. So, that's not happening. But what do they want me to do with this? Do they want me to do something? It still doesn't fit. Whatever. You knew almost nothing about soldering and now you know a bit more? Well, there you go. And you know safety stuff. I've turned it off the wall. It's in its rack. It's safe. Okay, so we're not doing that Earth conductor, Earth terminal stuff. The radio requires 4, yep, all the batteries I have. Turn it on and turn the volume control to medium volume. After a few seconds, you should see the red glow of the tube cathode. Connect the ground wire to E and the antenna wire to A1. Again, they're just like making up stuff they haven't taught us about. We're not doing that. Also, have they not like instructed me to put these knobs on yet? Really? Are they supposed to do that after the test? Yeah, there's no we're putting these on now. Because, like, come on, of course we are. Although, how do I know... Is there a split down the middle of this? No. So how do I know when it's at 0? I guess I go like this. And then I go like this. Okay. And then this is at 0. Doesn't want to push down on it though. That one can stick up a little bit more for now. And this just goes on here. And that's just free spinning, really? Whatever. Okay, so let's put in the batteries. At long last, this is the moment you've been waiting for. Good. Got it open. I cannot wait to finally get in contact with the outside world. I've been trapped in here on my own in my little tangled tower for so long. Sorry, my little tilted tower. Ever since I got a Victory Royale. They haven't sent anyone else to the Battle Island. It's been only me all on my own. Right. Mother Gothel doesn't know what Rapunzel's been getting up to lately. Mother Gothel thinks she's got it all under control, all under wrap and key. Rapunzel's building a tube radio, and she's gonna get out of this tower. The fact that Tangled Tower's still working, well, that was the original joke, and then I thought of Tilted Tower after. Okay, now, question, and you're not allowed to laugh at me. Never mind, I figured it out. I think. Yes. Okay, all connected. The batteries are in. We're going to close this up. We're going to turn it on. And we're going to give it a few seconds. We're going to give it a few seconds. We're going to give it... I can smell it. It's working. Something's working. Something's burning. Something's burning. I smell burning. Is that good? I smell burning like paper. That's not good, right? Is that good? Those batteries are smoking. Turn it off. 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 These batteries They, like, singed my finger a little bit. Why are they smoking? This came undone. This came undone. Okay, it's salvageable. We just need to make sure this connection is strong. Did I not? I might have only lined this up and I might not have actually soldered it. That's actually, I think that might be real. Surely burning can't be good. I don't know, dude. Vacuum tubes are a very old technology. It could have been. Oh, hold on. Like, they used to use coal to power things. Maybe vacuum tubes work in a similar way. Yeah, I mean, there's no solder on here. I think I did just hook that in, and then I didn't actually solder it. There's my solder. There we go. There we are. Nice and secured. Turn the soldering iron off. Okay. All seems to be connected. It's on. The batteries are hot, but they're not smoking. They're bloody hot, though. And now they're smoking. Hold on. I mean, that's not even... I feel like that's cheating, because I didn't do the battery box. If there's a problem with the battery box, that's not even my fault, you know? I mean, I guess it could be because the circuit's incomplete, but I mean, let's have a look. That goes around to there, and connects to there. That's all correct. Let me try something. Let's make a bit of space. The only thing I can think is we didn't do that ground connection thing, but I wasn't prepared for... I don't have, like, something to ground the radio on. Prepare the ground connection and the wire antenna. I don't have an antenna or a ground connection. For example, use a water pipe or the heater as an earth conductor. Do you think I just have a water pipe I can put this on top of? And you haven't even really explained what to wrap it around. Hold on, let me... Maybe if I just fiddle with it a bit.
Can anyone hear me? Hello?
Yeah? Yeah, what's going on?
Thank God. Where are you?
My desk? I'm streaming right now. You're on stream, by the way, so don't say any
How do you have
slurs.
internet?
What? It's a little expensive, but it's broadly accessible.
What are you talking about? The internet hasn't worked since the start of October.
October? You haven't had you haven't had internet for like 9 months? You've just been using radio? Since October
Since
2024?
October 2025. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? It's like a... May, June... It's July! Is this a time zone thing?
The start
What?
of October, when the zombies attacked.
The zombies attacked. At the start of October 2025.
Yes. Haven't you been listening to the radio? All the emergency channels...
No, dude, I haven't been listening to the radio. I just built it. I just
You need to
finished.
stay indoors. Listen, I'm low on food, but maybe I can come meet you.
No, I'm not doing any fan meetups right now. Thanks for watching the stream, I guess, but I'm not, like, giving you my address, dude.
Are you pranking me? Am I being pranked?
You know... Okay, I'm not gonna sit here and be accused of causing a prank by some guy in a little box I made.
Wait.
Goodbye. That guy was weird. Like, role-playing is from the future or something. The radio is a pretty impressive invention, like I was saying at the start of the stream, but it can't like look into the future, you know? Zombies invading in October 2025? Oh, damn. Thanks for watching.